We are live once more. So the first day of the game jam, the first actual day of working. Stream is live. Okay. So today we have quite a lot of things to do. The first thing that I want to take a look at today is our mirror board to keep track of what is up for today. Little to-do list. Down here. Player controller. Yeah. What is this? Just gonna do some planning for now. Structure what we have to do. best plan. We don't usually do that with Kanban boards like that. But as we only have 1 week that we need to keep track of, I think that's fine. They got done back. So today player controllers strafe feel good. The second thing is so today will be we need to have a finished player controller at the end of the day. Meaning that we are it already works quite nicely. It's around and everything that's nice. The collisions still seem like a bit off. They're glitching in a little bit much while they're colliding. It also seems like a little bit that they're I think they're going a little bit too fast as well. In general. So we want how do we even see public attributes here? The ship controller, destroyed spawner, but they don't have public attributes. Oh, because there's an export. Yeah, makes sense. That was extend, right? Export. difference here. Why does this work here? Guess you're unable to. So yesterday we had a big problem where the player, or where we tried to get the asteroids to collide with each other, but the problem is that I use an area 2D, and area 2Ds only detect collisions. They don't interact with other bodies. So what would you recommend to be the best next step? Do we either calculate the collision ourselves, which adds way too much code to add more complexity to our script, or do we just use a different node, like a physics body 2D? I think you can do it with that. Or a character body, but I don't think a character body would be a good choice. So is a player a physics body 2D? A good choice? Oh, pop the next monster. Cosmic Peach. Let's hope that this tastes a little bit better today. But from yesterday, just tasted like Fanta. I guess orange juice. And a bit of Capri Sun. Mm. I should have put them in the freezer. Put the other one in the freezer tomorrow. So It's like the mirror board is slowly starting to lag a little bit. Let's try something out before. Okay, so that's definitely a way how we can do that. Rigid body 2D works perfectly. I'll drag the board to the left. And I always have my to-do list open. There's one thing I want to test with the like strafing out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know, the strafing just feels a little bit weird. I don't really notice if there's strafing. So I want to add like particles to show which direction we are currently going in. And also like a little background. Yeah. I think these are things that we can definitely get done for tomorrow I then want to get my entire section I explained this before yesterday. Basically, how I imagine this working is we track the y value. So we have our pen. This is sure that it is somewhere where we have some space to draw. A sketch to the side of it. So, and then we track like the Y position that the player's in, so you can infinitely fly to the left and right positions, always be the same zone. Like the right screen is full of my own face and it always distracts me because I have like OBS open to see which scene I'm currently in and like switch between ones. Like turn audio off if something is going on or something. This irritates me always if I look there and there's stuff moving. So some kind of smaller way to no, you just can can look at something if I can set an OBS what screen transition, what I want to be shown. That's a dock toolbar. Scene transitions don't need that, yes. The control panel, we can put this on top. No, cannot put this on top. Looks weird. We can put the audio mixer on top. That's not a good idea. Like this. So we can make this window a bit smaller. I still see what's going on, but I have like a full view of the stream. Actually perfect like this. So we got this. We need to track then how far we should go with this here, to say 2000. And then we have this always in this interval, and we track then always the Y position of the player. And as soon as it goes over a certain threshold, which we can then also randomize, of course, we can see how much they like the screen. And we can randomize this as well by checking the seed ID. Just putting a random value in. And we can somehow calculate the distance between the stars, like the hyperlane, how far away it is from other stars. And then depending on this length, we can add a certain number of sections on it. So if it's a long hyperlane, then we might want a longer 10 sections. But if it's only like a really close one, we might only need like 1 or 2 sections. So that it makes sense, like spatially, how long you go somewhere. $3,000. This guy's 5,000. Ah, fuck. Wrong way. Also like this. So, and then once you're here, you are in the finish like this. There we go. That's how we would track it, so it wouldn't be that difficult of a system, I would imagine. Then of course you have like a threshold where you have that starts like here and here. Let's take one above like this and this, where you have like a threshold where there's the transition between those scenes. So you don't want to have the station and directly there are the asteroids spawning, but you want to have like slowly asteroids spawning. So the deeper you go, the more asteroids will be there, and then here it will slow down a little bit again. Or here it will slow down for a few seconds before there are no asteroids, and then you will come into this field right here. Maybe then it makes also sense that you have some kind of system to make this make a little bit more sense, like spatially that you're slowly going there, that you are able to hone in your instruments and you have to stay still for a couple of times. And this is when the transition happens, where from here you then engage the hyperdrive to go to this next section where you have to fly through, where you know that there are some obstacles. Like you know that here is nothing because you can scan it, but you can see those next obstacles in the distance, which you have to fly through or plot a course through. I guess what else make theory? In theory, it would also work that you would put some kind of satellite in here, some kind of device deployed somewhere in this zone. So here in the middle that always monitors the positions of these objects there. It always keeps the hyperlane free. But I think we're going a little bit too technical here. We're not actually designing a hyperlane system, even though it would be cool. I would definitely want to work on a project like this. So, I guess today will be really tough with views. We'll probably start in a couple of hours when everybody is coming home from school. School and work. Then we might get some views again. But right now probably everybody isn't home and doesn't have time to watch live streams. I will see. So we have this. By the way, let's see if there's already submissions or something to it. No, it doesn't look like it. Entries. Submissions. I think we can already start making a jam page. Here. How did you make a new subscription anyways? Project. Baseline. Right, I want to make an export as well. Project export to Windows. Basically, the player controllers inside, and you also have already have something that you can play through, basically. Export path. It's one thing, and then I also want to add the web export, because this will allow us to run it in web 0.1 save. Do I need to set anything extra here? I think we should set up the project itself a little bit, like the project settings, what the sizes are and so on. Now if we started, we should have a bigger... Okay, no, that's really difficult. That's really difficult how it is like this. A little bit too many asteroids, and you can't really see in front too well. Yeah, no, that's way too much. Way too many asteroids that are like spawning and coming towards you. So either we already have some kind of indicator that shows us where the asteroids are coming from, or we really just make it that the asteroids just can't move. Because as soon as you're like a bit slower, all the asteroids will spawn above, and you basically lose the speed, and they will all spawn, clump up there. So you're no longer able to fly like higher speeds through here. Try and see how it looks if we make the player body a little bit smaller. Yeah, this is also not the best solution. And you have just like the mini player. Also seems weird. We have to definitely fit the test spawn scripted. That's definitely some more number tweaking that we have to do to get this to a level where it's like this works like this would be real nice. Oh, if this doesn't. Okay, that's definitely something that we have to take a look at again. But I don't think that will be a big problem. Export project. Export. version 1. Can expand this to big screen. I mean, if you have this amount of view, then it's definitely doable. I mean, I'm always boosting here. I'm always flying with a boost, so that makes it even more difficult. Because already I have this double the speed. Guess if you normally like flying like this, it's not that hard. But the boost is kind of cool. It will be better if you have the boost that it is limited in some kind of way. Yeah, I'm not happy with the spawning yet. See, oh, this is like spawning directly above here. Want this to be way more behind with the spawning. I think 1,000 is way too little. You move 1,000 really fast. Because if you're just like flowing around a few of these asteroids here, a bunch of them will crump up here, or like directly above, and it looks weird because as soon as you then get up here, you have like 20 objects here, which weren't there before. I want this to be like more procedural, that the whole thing might be pre-generated, or that it generates it in like layers instead of like every asteroid at once, and then have more of like a structure spawn grid for it. I think why I'm putting this much time into it, it might be a little bit too much of the effort that I'm putting into the asteroid spawning system right now, though we don't have the rest of the stuff that we still have to do. But I think once we have like one time the spawn system, we can also use it for the other ones. And if we build like a good spawn system that we can procedurally like generate and have like settings for how often structures should repeat and so on, this will definitely be easier to build later for the other structures, other sections. So, and I also want to today test out the CRT shader. God. Put this on top. This right here. I'm interested, like Spaceland Explorer. Tagline. Set it. We'll set these dimensions in Godot as well. Like this, it's basically unplayable with this scale. So we have to see how we can upscale, like work with upscaling later. No, let's just set it back to so before we gonna build anything here. What genre would it be? I guess adventure. Yeah, best password. So I guess there's still like the... Yep, you can see there's like spawning way too close to the player. So let's upload it. Oh, we first have to turn it into a zip. Can you directly say that it should export it as a zip folder or something? Probably a way to do this, but don't have to necessarily yet. Mhm. I see. Okay, the web export. Let's try to get a tutorial for that so that I set it up correctly. Because I think it's searching for the index.html, but I'm not directly providing that because it's called as index. It's version 0.0.0.1.0.html instead of index.html. Didn't do that. Okay, I guess this. Now set it up automatically. Yep, that's the problem. I didn't set it to index.html. Oh, is it running? Does it work if we... Okay, I guess not. Probably have to do some other setup. Just run the index.html file. Zip file. So now if we load this file into rich thing, save, view page. There we go. Now anybody that would be interested in testing it out could go to this itch page and use the code 187. It seems a little bit laggy. Whoa, directly in it. Yeah, I think we need a different system. Although I don't just think that we need a different system. It's just like the weird part when you stand on one point and like have less than 12 objects on the screen now. If you now fly up, you see there's a bunch of different new objects here, which get spawned in because you stand still. But if you move up fast, then randomly there's like almost no objects, like at least compared to what we had before. And that's where like we could take like the current position, the current X and Y position of the player, and like layer that in a way that instead of spawning each object depending on where the player is right now, we take the current position and check each of the different layers and spawn along that line a couple of asteroids. Then it always seems like a mixed asteroid field and not just like them being clumped up together like this. My screen is a little bit dirty, so it looks a little bit like there are stars and everything already in the background. It's not just purely black. Already get a feel for how it looks in the end. Maybe have like some galaxy up there. There's just like, what is it called? Like the stars with the where they shoots out those rays. Quasar star? I don't know. Hey. Choo. Choo. Now we just need some more sound for it. Get some background features. Then we basically have our stuff for today. Oh, we just need to have the player feel a bit more smooth. Like this. Wow, why the hell is this right here? It's because we played around so much. Just with flying around those objects. Maybe it also makes a bit more sense if we have a bit better braking system. You might be able to upgrade this later, that you start out with a somewhat bad ship and you can upgrade like the thrusters or anything. Because now if you like accelerate, it takes, I'm not touching the keyboard, it takes quite a long time to brake. Like basically the friction that there is right now. But later this would work through the thrusters that are slowly firing to slow you down. And later this could work through the mouse not recognized there. This could later work through a system where you can upgrade them that they brake faster, so you can maneuver a bit more freely. If you keep your hands from the keyboard, it brakes and you're more able to navigate like tighter lanes like this without having to make manual correction burns. Oh, feeling really cool right now for saying correction burn. Oh yeah. Okay. So the itch page itself works. Guess we can expand this to full view. So I don't think this makes a big difference. So how we will do this, we will always at the end of the day publish a build. So no matter how far I got this day, at the end of the day before I stop the stream, I make a build, upload it to itch, and if then somebody is still in the chat, then I'm showing this, and then people can try it out and give me some feedback directly. I probably won't submit it to the jam yet because people will then try to already rate it and might not come back to change the rating later once the full version is done. So I will probably only add it to the jam at the last day. I always have the bad habit in jam to try to be the last person that submits. At least before the countdown starts. because before the countdown stops. Almost all gems you're able to submit even after it by messaging the host. If you like failed to submit it, you had a problem with the page or something. You have like a few hours that you can message them and say, yeah, I went wrong, my PC didn't work, and the export was broken, and I couldn't work, then they will just accept it. Not like there's a lot of money on the line here and reason for them not to accept it. I think once I was the last person, it was like half a second or a second before the deadline closed, which was quite tight already. Right here, you see it's like a little bit lagging behind. At least it doesn't seem that smooth. I don't know why that is. Maybe we need to add some motion blur to it. When we add our CRTV screen to it in a second, then this might also be a little bit different. CRTV. What am I even saying? CTR, CRT, shader. So that works. I forgot to like the video. Don't like not liking a video if it helped me. If you like the stream, like it. Oh. I know the guy as well. So some really cool videos about Godot. But before when I got to know him, I did really work in Godot or work with Godot at all. But now that I work with Godot, his tutorials help a lot with explaining certain parts. But yeah. So our to-do list, did we write everything down that I just said what I wanted to get done? No, I guess, but makes sense, right? What I just wrote. So we have this tomorrow procedural path system that we have our separating. Let's remove this file, which makes it obvious that we use ChatGPT for it. Copy the task ChatGPT made. But this looks like shit. This was basically the spawn station where the player is coming from, and the end station, which will basically come after the procedural path is generated. This also need to be the path estimate would be the kind of asteroids game. The asteroids are despawned if they get further out. I guess this will never happen. The player will never be at position Y, whatever here, like 12 million, but in general, will there be problems? Because if you think of developing games like Kerbal Space Program or a Kerbal Space Program or here, what was it, Star Citizen, they had to write their own engines, or at least their I think Kerbal Space Program was made with Godot, with Unity, but there are problems where the coordinate systems don't calculate correctly. There will be like tiny errors in the calculations the higher up you go. I think this was like Kitten Space Agency, like the remake of KSP, which is like community based. But I saw some problems. There are some people saying that this is like a few videos, because if you make an orbit around a star, you always want to be at the same spot. But or like if you have like a really super correct orbit, but in the game engine yourself, it might not be able to handle these millions of if you have a I say like a vector that is 20 million there, 50 million there, and XYZ 50 million, then it might have some differences in like the floating point values. And over time, this stacks up so that you are like kilometers apart from where you were before in the orbit, even though it should be at the same spot. Wondering if there's problems like this in Godot. I don't think we have it necessarily. We don't have directly a system where it needs to directly match up with where the player is right now. But I think you get the idea. Which idea? I think you understand what I'm implying. I just want to know if there's like problems with that in Godot. quickly send it off before Grammarly can correct it. Yeah, that's the thing here, that I think they used like 128-bit. Kerbal Space Agent, the oh yeah, okay, then it was 24-bit, which is probably better. Not just probably. Problem, floating point, precision error. Yeah, okay, so I guess even at these points, but we will have to see how high up a player would even go. I don't think it will be even close to 1,000,000. You can print it to the screen. What's this? You need to control. And you scale this up to the screen or something, and then you put a text below this. Label it was. Let's see if that is correctly, or if that has to be like beneath the camera or something. Yeah, no, it needs to be dragged under the camera. This. I do usually use in Godot for. So how do we get the children? How did you get the children in Godot? How did that work? Let's see, test spawn. Ready. Text. Equals. Oh, like this. Control. Okay. Then we could go here and go text equals. here. What is the variable on the text.text, I would think. Text.text is equals to self dot position. Yes. Oh, look at that. So why? See, I'm able to do it without AI. Why are we minus? Around. Let's see something. I mean, that's one thing. How? So we go in the minus direction or what? Let's see how this works. So we have the player right here. The player is currently at position. Okay, now I'm confused. Why does Godot have it in the other? Maybe in Unity up is up. Or up is plus. Didn't know that. Okay. Maybe if I've written my... Maybe if I had wrote my code by myself, I would have seen that already, because I think I worked a little bit with positions there. But I'm on the toilet real quick. I'm back in a second. I have to contemplate this revelation. And the only person watching left. Ay, ay, ay. So. Already streaming for almost 2 hours. Damn. So, we have coordinate that is going. Right. Like we already have like 5,000. That's a lot. Let's try to fly up for just like a minute or so. See how far we get. We could also calculate this, I guess, but it'd be boring. See no asteroids here. Or did I get so lucky that I can just fly up? Hey, oh, I might have should have said anything. I think what you would be able to do is with we're now already at like 70,000. Yeah, I guess you get like 100,000 in a minute. So you will get to 1 million after quite a short while. So either after each section, you will go down a little bit. Like there will be some kind of transition where you will be reset to minus, or to this case, I guess it's like plus 100,000, you move up from there again. Or like each merge to a different section, you will get a different. How do you say this? So this does work. I think we still have the camera offset. Just set to minus 100. See, that what is throwing me off a little bit here, because now we have like minus 100 and it gets up. Yeah, makes sense. My bad. I think now the asteroids are moving really slowly. XD again. this to 15. Hey, what's up, Pixel Test? What do you mean, what? Those objects? You mean those right here? Those are the asteroids. Theoretically. We now have collision working. If you go and look at yesterday's stream, we had a little bit fun with collisions. Because those collisions were just like so messed up. It was like somewhat realistic. If like two asteroids that travel 500 times the speed of sound collide with each other, they're gonna fly up in every direction. And you see the asteroid spawning script isn't that good yet. It always spawns on top of the viewport. And when they collided with each other, they were like the force multiplied by like 500 and it would just fly in all direction. You know, seemed fun, but not really playable. So right now the asteroid spawn script is just that it spawns asteroids above the viewpoint, or above the viewport. So somewhere up here, from here to here in a box. But I don't want to do that because if you fly down a little bit, then the where it can spawn goes also down. And then when you go up again, like when you just for fun fly around this asteroid, you fly up here, and randomly there are a lot of objects now. As you see, there were like no objects right here. But if I now go a little bit down like this, and come up again, there are randomly objects here. And this seems a little bit off. I could either just always increase the position where those will spawn. But that's also not the best solution. So I will go ahead and have like a system where it spawns in layers. We have like, we already separated by the Y position, like where the current player currently is. I underestimated a little bit with how it will spawn. Like on position 400, you're done with your free space from the station and you go into the asteroid field. And then if you're at position 200,000, which would be 2,000 meters, or like 2 kilometers, you will transition to the next thing. I guess in the end it makes more sense to have it like based in 100,000 or 200,000 distances, because you travel quite fast. Then you also have to go back down again, maybe. We have to see how we manage all of that. Asteroids here. Just quickly finish this play movement. Oh, by the way, Pixel Test, if you are home already, or if you want to test it, you can go to this page right here. And with the code 187, you should be able to access it and try it out. Let me know what you think. I will always, like, at the end of the day, I will upload a build to this page here. If you're home, then you probably can test it as long as you're not on your phone. I think you can also do it from with your phone, but there's no control. You can run it, but you probably won't be able to control anything. Fly around with it. At the end of the day, I will always upload a build for people to test it out, give me feedback. Basically, seeing if they can find any bugs. Crazy. So right now it's just like an endless runner, basically, where you avoid asteroids. There's no health, no nothing right now. But all of that isn't too difficult to implement later. Just basic prototyping. Yeah, I coded basically everything yesterday. There's not a lot of code that I written myself for it. Even like the setup, mostly the ChatGPT. Oh, not ChatGPT here. Cursor. And yesterday, for some reason, after you went away, there was randomly that joined like 17 people, or I don't know, I think max there was like 14 people in the stream, but it was constantly, there were 10 to 14 people constantly in the stream. So I think if I stream at night, there will be way more people because my audience probably is from around the world, like USA, where I guess the time for them is 6 hours advanced. So I might just do like night streams, get more people there. Or I do like 24/7 streams. I don't want to have my PC running while I sleep. I explained this before. Yeah, the problem is if you strafe, that's what I want to fix right now, is it locks your rotation. Like when you go left and right of the ship, it locks your rotation because it doesn't save it in a variable. It just locks the rotation so that you can't move and always moves to the current left position of the rotation, which isn't really cool. Like if I move now, I can't rotate. So I want to fix that. But I don't think this will be that much work. What means that much work? I just argue with the cursor about it. Let's see how much it actually costs here right now to overview. Yeah, it costs like 20 cents for each cursor or composer call that you make. But the composer AI is really good. I probably spent like €1 yesterday. I mean, I have like a monthly budget. Somebody joined the stream yesterday and explained it to me how it works in Cursor. You have like a monthly budget, which is like I pay $20 a month for it, and I can spend my credits up to this $20 with Composer, and after that it switches back to Auto, which just uses a random AI from here, or the AI that is best suited for the task. But of course in a worse version, so I only, instead of like spending 10 cents on each API call or each AI call, you spend 1 cent. You only spend like 1 cent or half a cent. But obviously it gives you worse results. Yesterday I spent like an hour arguing with the auto version, and the composer basically fix it way faster. It's faster, it's a little bit better, it has a better context. But it costs more. I don't think there's that big of a difference that I noticed. Yesterday I already had like a big. I just didn't understand that the area 2D is not capable of colliding with objects. Like in Godot, you are building based on nodes, and the area 2D which I had as an asteroid before just isn't able to collide with it. It detects collisions, but it is unable to collide with like act on other objects. So I would have had to write the collision myself, and what it did. The collisions worked, but it was just janky because you have to calculate the collisions yourself, and that just isn't nice. So I can just use a rigid body 2D and have this as the base asteroid, and then now it collides with each other. So like bounciness and so that isn't so cool as I would have imagined it being, but yeah. Can we just create like a new friction bounce? Okay. Yeah, it's way more bouncy now. I don't know how nice the bounciness is. See right there. Like, in theory, this should be like an object that is really, really heavy. Like 20,000 tons. Let's see how this interacts. Then you probably can't even move it. Oh, no, you can. You can push them into each other. Oh, this is a good testing ground. Oh, two frictions when we adjust this a little more. Can't change any of the objects. Yeah, I guess works alright. So let's fix the strafe thing here. I noticed that on the ship controller there's a problem where when you are strafing to the left and the right without pressing W, the ship just locks in the current position on the current rotation, and you aren't able to rotate in any other direction. And then if you press W after that, then it also doesn't go out of that. You have to release A or D, and then it goes back. But this is not good. So I want you to basically store the current rotation, that or like the direction it should go in when you strafe, and then strafe in that direction as long as they press the direction or press the strafe key. But the player should still be able to rotate the ship to the left or the right. So either we do it like this and it always strafes in that direction for as long as the player holds that key, or we could do it that it always like goes to the left, but then it would just rotate in a circle if you hold strafe for long enough, which I don't think is that cool. So let me know what you think is the best approach on this. Plan mode. Check something real quick. a friend that wants to invite me to a school community, but for some reason I don't get an invite. Maybe the spam folder. Oh, 8 people again in the stream. Okay. So, we want to fix the strafing issue. Questions. Should strafing always move relative to the ship's current facing? So rotating while strafing changes the strafe direction. So okay, let's just go with the first option. The problem is if you have a whiteboard here, don't have to explain anything by hand. That here we have the whiteboard there. If we have our player, which sits right here, and the mouse is draw mouse right here, and we strafe, then we will go in that direction. But the player will always face towards the mouse. So as soon as we hear the strafe direction, like it will always be 90 degrees to that side. But if we're here again with our player, we look at the mouse, and then the strafe direction will go up. So in theory you go, not just in theory, in practice, you then go around the mouse, which is not directly how the strafing works. So, because it always keeps rotating, and that's why I locked it before, or not I did, basically the AI locked the code before, that you are unable to rotate towards the mouse. So as soon as you press the strafe key, you no longer aim towards the mouse and you're just gonna go in that direction. But this changes again if you press the W, because then it overrides it. So you can see the ship controller. So we will just make it rotate the mouse around the mouse again. I guess it won't be a big problem, because before the player was quite close towards the or the player was way bigger than the mouse is, way bigger than it is right now. And then when you look at the mouse, or had the mouse was closer to the player, that's why you have a smaller circle. But right now you're more likely, at least how I'm playing, I think, you have your mouse a little bit further up. You don't have it like, if you have it like here, you're rotating directly around the mouse, which isn't good. But if you have it up here, then the rotation won't be bad. So let's just make it rotate. And if somebody complains later, then we can still lock it again. Like save the current rotation to a variable, and then also always apply the strafe direction based on that, instead of the actual current rotation, so we can still rotate the ship. So yeah. Oh, let's make it simple. Don't have to overwrite anything. It's driving without fetching forward. Input should this chip. There you go. Damn, look how fast it is. Whoa. No, that's way faster than the... So just remove these lines. I mean, if that did it. The problem now if we... Oh, wait. What did it do before? Because now this seems like how I want it to work. Okay. So, I guess that is fixed. Just by removing 3 lines of code or 5 lines of code, I guess. Godot set up GitHub project. Again, GWiz. He makes some really good tutorials that are really good performing on the algorithm, as I see. To this day. But im File Manager. Oh, I see, I see. Terminal. So now I should be able to... There we go. Or changes. Make the AI write the commit message. It seems. What are you talking about? That's weird. Let's not use Composer for that. Maybe this still using Composer. GitHub Mobile. GitHub Mobile. It's over that app. I think what I really appreciated, like now, what I can now appreciate is after building the app, I understand how I actually have a better understanding how like these authentication systems work on apps and how much work actually goes behind them. Because it's sadly not as easy as just create password and save it in your database. There's so much security that needs to go behind them. So much more work setting up to do. To make it secure, especially in Germany where you have like a lot of laws that you have to buy to. So for my app, I just use a third-party provider, which is Firebase on my app for Godot, which basically manages that for you and may handle the security. And they are keeping it up to date for you. And if you would handle it yourself and store it in a database yourself, there's so much more overhead and so much more work that needs to be done. It is just not fun to work with. So that's where I get like my appreciation for like third-party providers and especially this data security space, especially ones that you can trust mostly. But if I now go back in here, I will not show this to you guys. Private repository. Oh no. I guess it's fine. I'll probably be able to rename it later. Pixel test, are you still watching? I still inside. Let me know how you what you think of the controls themselves. Be honest, I want to know if they feel okay, what I need to change. That they make fun to use. I mean, I've probably have like 3 or 4 hours already in flying around in that ship, so I'm used to the controls now. But somebody that starts out from scratch, never used those controls, want to know how easy it is for them to get used to the controls. And if I need to make it even more easy to get used to them. Again, aside from the strafing, that's a bit weird in the current published version. We could actually make another export. Up 0.2. Okay, is that like a version code or something here? Features. I see. Yeah, that's. I still have to play around with that. I think sound and particles will add a lot to that. It's still a bit arcadey right now. There's not really a weight to the player's ship from like the acceleration. I think that's for there are a couple of things how I can fix this. Or one is like adding sounds to it. That sounds to make it feel more heavy, feel like there's actually something going on. But sounds are super difficult to get right. Because you can't just use free sounds for that. There are probably some good parts out there, but difficult to get it working. I think I need to try it. Then the second thing is like visuals. There are two things. First, the background itself. If you don't see any asteroids, you don't see your speed. But as the asteroids are moving themselves as well, you don't really know which speed you're actually going. So I will add a background where you see like a little star map in the background, which is like a bit parallax. Like there will be stars that will be always at the same spot, and then there will be a bit more stars that will closer to you, which will move as you move, so that you can perceive that you're actually moving. And then the second thing is that you are able to have the particles on the ship themselves, like the rocket engine firing, and if you release the keyboard, the RCS thrusters firing in the different direction. So if you move in that direction, then like if you move up, then the rockets, if you release, it will fire a little bit to the top and slow you down. But I never use the Godot particle system. But I imagine that not being the biggest bottleneck right now. Yeah, we'll get it done. But first I will update the release for HIO. Drag it to the side right here. Edit game. Let's do it here. Files. Web. Turn this. There we go. Now the updated controller is also on the page. Again, for everyone that wants to try it, you can open the site with the code 187. And the link is in the chat. Let's send it in again. Somebody new in the chat. But there isn't that much that changed from the controls themselves. Also, I think the camera jitter, I will remove that as well. Or like I tried to add like shake yesterday to the camera, which you see a little bit when you accelerate with shift and you boost. And the camera shakes a little bit. But this just right now feels like a little bit of lagging. If we do that, we need to add some kind of sound to it. That you know that you're accelerating. Because just with the visuals, it looks like the ship is like glitching around or something. Oh, close one. Yeah, sounds will boost up the experience by a lot. So that is alright. The ship controller is done, so we can drag the task to the done folder, I guess. Put this up to our other sketches. So, player controller, stray field, good. So, done category. Particle systems. Do we want a particle system already? I mean, it's already like visual work, and we haven't gotten the prototypes themselves, like the core features, implemented necessarily. Let's just give it a quick try. Let's not waste too much time on it. Just let's watch a tutorial about it. Godot particles. Can turn on the desktop audio as well for this one.
So in this video, we'll look at how to use lighting to achieve different looks. We'll of course also cover global illumination, reflections, and the concept of light baking.
Hey, so particles in Godot are pretty cool and easy to use. And in this video, well, I wanted to go over everything there is to know about the particle 2D node, from an explanation of important things to know, and then at this timestamp, we will create different in-game examples like fire, rain, and explosions. But before we get started, if you could subscribe and drop a like on this video to help YouTube push this tutorial to more aspiring game devs, then it would mean the absolute world to me. But how does the particle node work? So first of all, there are two different nodes.
Oh yeah, pixel test. If you, that would be great. Can you make like different combinations out of that? Now, can you tell it to make like a bit more random, to make like 10 different variants, and then use them for the images on the asteroids themselves? That would be great if you could try this out.
Nodes, the GPU particle 2D and the CPU particle 2D, and most of the time you're going to want to use the CPU particle 2D unless you're wanting to spawn tons of particles, because in that case then you want to use the GPU particle 2D since it uses the GPU and in turn will help the game in performance. If you are using the CPU particle 2D, then you may see a dip in performance when spawning a high number of particles because it won't be using the GPU. So particles can be used for so many different things, from explosions, fire, rain, and so much other stuff, and I want to take the time here to go over how to create those different effects step by step and explain the inspector and all the options the particle node has, so you're able to go and create anything that you need with a particle node. So let's get started by creating an explosion effect, and to do this we're going to create a 2D scene, and we can just name this scene the explosion because that's what it's going to be. That's the effect that we're going to create, and then we're going to go here and then we're going to add a particle 2D. So a CPU particle 2D is what we're going to be using, and you can see that we're already spawning particles. But for an explosion, well, there's going to be a couple things that we're going to have to change.
Let's just play around with it. Play around with it. We have time. A little bit. Let's put the transform directly to the bottom of the ship already. Second, doorbell is ringing. Imagine, man wird heute Morgen erschreckt, wenn man mich aufwecken wollte. Pixel test. Yeah, it's an online picture, but is it possible that you can add like random effects to it? random effects, like a bit more details so let the AI create like its own variants of it. What am I even saying? This, then move it up a little bit. So now it's behind the shot. Yeah, this looks if you just have. I guess if you move it up a bit more, it would come out here. Lifetime needs to be way shorter. Try to see if the AI can also play around with these values. So I just added the particle systems for the back thruster of the spaceship, but I'm not really good with particles, so I want you to make like a rocket exhaust thrust for the particles. Just go ahead and make it yourself. Try to play around with it. And make a realistic looking exhaust for the back thruster. Also fire it when we're moving, so it only fires as long as we're moving. So control it with the ship controller if you're moving forward if you're moving forward, if you boost, you adjust the rate or the strength of the particles, I guess, to look realistic. Is that possible? Can you do that? Can you adjust these values for me? The plan mode again. This is composer 1. Multi-agents for okay, let's see what it cooks up. What it exhausts up. Yeah, alt stuff. Also marks the task is done, which is nice to see for once. Okay, let's just see what it cooks up with. Hmm. Try shooting one. Hell yeah, I love this. Composer looks really good. But I guess it also costs quite a lot. Oh, I see the picture test, but this one just looks. It looks a little bit cut out, a bit cut off from the background. And it just looks like you pixelated a image, like put a pixel filter on top of it, and not really like it's a real pixel art, if that makes sense. Nugget, yeah. The first one looked better because it had much more shading, but it looks more like a pixelated picture, which you could also achieve like with GIMP or something. Put a pixel filter on it. Yeah. No, I don't think that is working. You're getting somewhere. So it obviously has something that already somewhat works, but I think we need to rotate it a bit. Angle. So it works. I think it. Yeah, okay. If it doesn't work with the asteroids like this, then we probably find like a asteroids pack or something. this looks sick. Which job is this? I don't know. Source available. Is there some drop down here in Reddit that you can choose to find the... Yeah, right here. Oh, you can adjust the thing. Oh, that's great. That's going right into the... we don't have a folder yet. Let's just make a folder real quick. Just colors and everything. But it's not your own? What do you mean? We can use it and give credits in the devlog, as we should. The best part is we can use this in Like background, we can use like the galaxies and stuff for background stuff. Ice worlds for like planets that are somewhere. Nah, this is great, man. Black hole! Woo! Okay, okay. See if we can download it. Where is it saved? Oh, it directly saves it to that position, okay. Oh, it's also made inside of Godot. Oh, that's interesting. So we can just drag it into assets. Here we can just drag it into this. Like a folder called six. Even better than AI. Great. This, and we can do a bit of editing. We set it that it's open with. There's another app, and then we can set it to paint always. We can open it up and remove like the spots where there are duplicates. Save it, good to go. Good. Yeah, this will make a lot of things easier. I found this generator, that pixel art generator for like planets, asteroids, and galaxies, black holes, and so on. And I really like this. So I want to use the asteroids feature. If you look, you can find that I already made a few asteroids. And I want to plan now with you how we can go ahead and use that inside of Godot. I will make a lot of asteroid pictures in that folder, like a different ones. And you then should later grab from this folder all of the files, or like grab this folder, and then when you spawn an asteroid, it should randomly pick one out of these files, then randomly size the asteroid to it, and also create the polygon collider to the picture that you chose, to the sprite that you chose, all automatically. Right now we just have the Godot logo as you see it, and then use the polygon generator, which is manually made, but I want to make it automatically. So is that possible for you? Also, is that even a good idea to make the polygon colliders automatically inside of at runtime? Because it could make a lot of performance issues, right? Or do I not have to worry about it with the current scale of the project? Just finish up going through all of that. Got all images, got all of the weird stuff out. Is there a tool that can... Now they're like all to the side and stuff. I don't think I got any copyright strike from the last stream yesterday. So I think it's fine if I play audio like this, but I also don't want to use any register, like have the people that created the art, the music, they put effort into it, so I don't want to just use it. I just want to give like feedback. I want to see if it got copyright striked or not. Yeah, I could play copyright-free music, but this always sounds weird and it's always the same. I like listen to these hour compilations of, I don't know what this like, what kind of genre is that even? Here, this guy, for example, he said like all music in this video is copyrighted, future city music, unauthorized use, reproduction, distribution, blah blah blah, all gets restricted and might make legal action. I mean, I could reference. I sent him a message, or I would send him a message on Instagram. See if that's fine for him. I just wrote him like an Instagram message. Oh, we got another subscriber. Let's go. I don't know who it is, but I gained like 3 subscribers, like 2 subscribers from yesterday's stream, and I guess 1 subscriber from today's stream. It's great. Oh man, pays off the stream more than I gained over the past half a year. Something moved. Something just moved there. Just on the back of my eye. The hell moved there? I saw something. Was it in the stream? What? Something was moving there. Paranoia here. Paranoia? Is that even? It's the German word. What's the translation? Paranoid. Yeah. I don't know. Send him the message. Let's see if he responds. Oh, I can also in the game jam. I can not in the game jam in the Itcher page. I can already make like the assets that I don't forget any, like anybody that I stuff from. Um, there we have like a list. Whereas I sent you the link, right? Test there. So remind me if I miss anything. Why, bro? Did I do something weird? Oh, my energy drink still isn't empty. I thought it was empty already. I also haven't eaten anything today. A single bite. This out. We select everything. Control X. Empty, as it says. The music I'm listening to right now. If you want to follow along at home, you can use it. By the way, Pixel Test, how's the audio when I have my microphone down here? It's like not in the way for me to program. Let me know if that sounds alright. Or if it's too quiet. I have to probably make some more gain on it or something. Like a select feature or something that I can use. But like obviously off-centered. Let's try to open it with GIMP and see if I can do it easily there. I mean, like the asteroids themselves being a little bit noisy. I mean, we can still adjust it. That's no longer. It's just realistic planets now. It says we can do it with Paint 3D. Noisy, is it better now? Or is it like weird? I think so it's like normally, but I have my microphone stand. It's a bit, don't really like it because I have the microphone here and then I can't really see the left screen. It's like something in the way. I always want to punch it away, like angering me. A little bit clipping noise. Is it still weird? Like, I see what you mean. Let's try to disconnect and connect. Does it work? Is it okay? I think this fix it now, or at least when I still a little bit weird. See the filters. Noise gate, is everything fine? Okay, then I'm not gonna touch any of the settings. Method to use Paint 3D. Let's try to use Paint 3D then. So center on canvas. Yeah, good old times with the real long hair. Bit shorter today. My little nice buzz cut. I cut it myself, like 99% of it. My mother just made the trim in the background, but was too scared to cut anything away. So I just cut it myself. Also there, I think that's a little bit bad, but it was really good. Like I got good edges now. Edges. Okay, no, this doesn't work with it. This one. Try to do it in GIMP, because in GIMP I can probably like you could calculate the amount of pixels that there are and then calculate like the center of gravity of all the pixels or the center of mass. Which would then probably allow you to it's not in here, then we can probably do it in Photoshop. If I do this, it doesn't have to be 100% centered, but a little bit at least would be nice. Just make it. You can also do it in Paint. Once we formatted these asteroids, we will try to get the CRT effect on the in Godot. And then see if... I think I already responded. He's online, but he didn't see my message, I think. At least. Do you see when somebody saw your message on Instagram? Seen, yeah, you get a message. Either he disabled it or something, or he hasn't watched it yet. was a really good devlog. I guess the audio completely sucked, but it was definitely some good editing in there. The good hexapole war. I think we already edited this one. It was somewhat center. This one is still not. Oh, let's just make it generate that, see what it does. Hello and welcome. Yeah, my good old mic that had... I don't know how it's even possible to make a mic that sounds like that. But I guess... Where did I even get this from? I think my father or something had this lying around. I just used that. It absolutely sucked. It was probably like a mic for a camera and not even meant to be connected to a PC. No amount of Audacity could help it. It probably made it worse in the end. Asteroid Manager. Where do you put this one? It's node. It auto loads this. Okay, and how do you set this up in C normally? How would you set up auto load? That's interesting. And it just does it automatically? Okay. Whoa, look at this. Like the system isn't really working. see if we can someone enable that we can see the I feel like the asteroids are scaled up correctly again. Feel like you make it way too complicated for yourself, because as you can see from the screenshots, the polygons that are created, like the red ones, you see the collisions in game, and it just looks like shit because there is no. They are not really bound to the actual object. I guess the rotation or something is also off. Remember that we use it is the scale has ever been off since we created the rigid body as the parent or the main object of the scene instead of the area 2D. So it might have to do with that the scale doesn't work. But the problem is, as you can see from the image, the polygon isn't really accurate to it. Can't you just make it that you create the sprite 2D, you assign the coordinate, and based off that you create the polygon, the collision polygon, because it also always works like this inside of the editor when you do it manually. You can just select the sprite, and from that create the polygon as a sibling object. But that is really simple and directly creates a good polygon for you. It looks like you're creating a polygon completely from scratch by calculating it, and I don't think you need to do that, right? Let's use Composer for this. Oh, I see, I see. I don't think I understood how the polygon worked. You basically have to make the outline for yourself. Okay, that's I guess the same thing, but let's see what it does differently now. I'll quickly get something to eat because I haven't eaten anything today. The day is almost over, so I think it's time. My tummy hurts a little bit. So I'll see you guys in a second. Food again. I guess every single one that was in the stream left. For people watching now. Pixel that. So now I have collision polygon. I guess it just did the same thing, but no longer uses the manager for. Oh, I guess this is what's happened when you stay a little bit too long in one place. To nudge your way through here. Going quite good. The images are now in here, but the collisions aren't working that nicely yet. So we still need that to be implemented nicely. Oh. Yeah, more using of AI. Guess that's the main approach right now. I think it already. I read another prompt. Basically, I thought that the collision shape, if you, I don't know if you ever worked with Godot. You see that you know that you can use this sprite menu here to create a sibling that automatically. Yeah, I didn't have a thing set here, but it automatically makes the collision polygon for you. And I would like to use the system myself, or like this automation system. But I guess here I just did the... Oh! That definitely works better now. Yeah, that's way better. Yep. That's the fix, I guess. So... So I guess just more AI. Throw as much as you can against the wall until it works. I think aren't the best collisions yet. They could have a bit more detail, like here on those ridges where you might want to not be colliding with. But on the scale of these asteroids, I don't think that matters too much. I guess it matters as soon as you have like bigger asteroids like this right here, where you would collide in. The player also is scaled up a little bit too much so that I can test it out a bit more. You usually have like 0.3 to have like a bit more chance to avoid these asteroids. Also, I don't think the physics aren't that realistic yet, where push them a little bit and already works. I think I'll disable the collisions for now. Then I will make a... No, you won't be able to shoot the rocks. At least not yet. This might be something for the later game. The idea of the game that I'm building is... It's not asteroids, even though it looks like it a little bit. The goal is that you discover the galaxy. You basically have a generated galaxy with like 10,000 stars in it. And your goal is to free up those hyperlanes between stars. Kind of, you can imagine it kind of like Star Wars, where there could be stuff in the way in those between those hyperlanes. And you need, basically your job is to plot this hyperlane path to know that there isn't anything in them, that you can safely travel over there. And each of those hyperlane traveling is basically the game loop. You have like from one station to another station, you spawn there, you undock from the station, you fly through all of those asteroid fields, which is like the default field I'm developing right now. Then you have like some solar farms that might be there that you also have to avoid, fly through, plot out. Some other orbital infrastructure like habitats, farming sites or something like that. like O'Neill cylinders, which would be massive. Some mining sites with like some deadly lasers where you fly through, you're gonna explode or something, get to the other station. And once you're there, this route is awarded to you. And realistically, I can pull up the Python generator we made a couple of days ago. This is like only like maybe 1,000 stars right here, if even 1,000 stars. Alright, to open the other project again. Recent Pirate Galaxy tests. There we go. We want a 100 by 100 grid size. Do not have too many. I hope this doesn't take so long. Oh, okay. Then I guess I see you somewhere in the week. I will be streaming for the rest of the week every single day. The time I'm awake and working on the projects. So see ya. Let's drop off the energy drink. Let's see if we can just let this cook in the background. This works really nice right now. Really good right now. The only problem that I see is that it is really good at now holding the shapes of the asteroids or not going over them or under them, but it cuts a little bit away where there's a bit more detail within the asteroid. So can you make like a public variable in the asteroid movement script that lets me adjust the points or the minimum or maximum points of an asteroid so that we can change the quality of those sprites, because some asteroids are cutting out a little bit of where it's like an U curve or something. Then it would just make a circle out of this and cut out the U a little bit. So find out why this is happening and then add a public variable that lets me adjust the scale of it or the number of polygons or points in that polygon to scale it correctly. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to babble on about? I guess then also the spawn or the oh, by the way, here's the galaxy for the ones that are new to it. This is how the galaxy would look. Just a calculation with Python or the galaxy map. And the cool thing is that we procedurally generate this, but we can use a seed for the generation. Or we don't even use random right now. It's just like a star ID, and based on the star ID, we calculate its position in the actually from 0 to 200, for example, to 10,000, and each of those star ID is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we take this number and calculate the position in that galaxy from it with a polar coordinate system. So we get this nice galaxy look, and every time we restart it, it's the same. And the cool thing is, as the same every time you restart the game, you can make it asynchronous multiplayer, where we track over Superbase the planets or the hyperlanes that are already been or have been discovered with the connections. And then every time you start a new map or open the map again, you can fetch all of the connected stars already, and you can paint the stars for the user that has been already discovered. And then you can see how much you yourself discovered of that galaxy and how much other people discovered of that galaxy. So in the end, we have an easy way for people to have like the feel of actually discovering the galaxy and competing against others to discover more with that game loop. So will still be a lot of work to get all of that set up. and running, but it's definitely doable in the time that we have. So yeah, let's get going again. Oh, why does it? Collision, double L. Polygon is probably also written correctly, but doesn't matter. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that, but it works. $30 for this. It's for like your door or what? That you have it covered again. Let's test it out. Oh. Get the polygon shapes again. Whoa! That is way too much. It's a little bit much, I would say. Godot show frame rate. On the camera position script, instead of showing the current position on the label, please show the current frame rate on that label so that we can see what frame rate we have of the game. I also need to disable composer, or else will use up all of my token points. So let's see how many frames do we take. "60 FPS. But I think that's a little bit too many asteroids. That's a little bit too much. Ah, okay. So let's see. That 10 was the biggest detail. Was the smallest detail. So what is when we said 0.5? Because we can't make it like it is right now. That's just way too bad. I guess the polygons now are really accurate, but it is way too laggy to generate it like this. So go back to the version that we had before, or either let me adjust those polygons more. I tried to set it to 0.5 and also to 10, but it made no difference basically on how many or what quality the polygon detail has. So this didn't really work. Let's try to see what happens if we make it set it to 10. I guess it crashes. Oh, it already made code for it, that's why. So again, set to the composer. I don't want to set it to composer. Go. Yeah, we'll just have to live with that for now. Let's see if we can play around with the asteroid scale. Set this to 1 and this to 10. Because it also seems like the asteroid scale itself isn't really changing. Yeah, that's a big one, so this should be the scale. Yeah, no, they're the same. So, how do we do this? It's a galaxy generator, don't need that. When we spawn the asteroid. Ready, collision shape. Print size. See what happens if we add a bunch of different asteroids to the start scene already. Asteroid scene here. Okay, now that doesn't work. Asteroid size, min size, I want to set it to 5 and this to 100. Let's see what happens then. Seems like it wants to work, but it doesn't. For some reason, the asteroids aren't really sized correctly. Can you look at the code and tell me if there are any indications why they should not be sized correctly? Is there anything that is going wrong, or is there any problem with the rigid body 2D that you're not allowed to change its size and only are allowed to change its children's size or something? Because this seems really weird. All the different asteroids are the same, and I just set it to, for fun, to 50 now, and you see it for a brief second that there's an asteroid that is gigantic, but then it just disappears. There is no more asteroid in there then. So let me know what's happening there. Let's see if the guy responded and if we're allowed to use the music. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Let's see if he has any links in his link tree that link to that. No, doesn't seem like it. Okay, so we just scale the sprite now. And that gives us our... Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, yep. Oi. Whoops, they're a little bit big. 4.5. Oh, this is still way too big. Yeah, I think 5 is the maximum we should go here. Okay, let's disable the shapes again and see how what feels like when you fly around. Especially with those bigger ones, because yeah, you see that there is already like a collision. Oh, this one will be interesting. How is this scaled? Yeah, not perfectly, but guess good enough. Yeah, this one here is... Okay, let's actually set it to 3, even smaller. Because the pixel art just should not be scaled this high. Then of course these right here, they need to be... Okay, let's use Composer one more time for this. I have so much context in there that even one single message will be like €1 or something. Okay, let's go. Okay, it looks good now again. Manager. Wait, it said that we can adjust it up here. Big ones. No, doesn't change anything. Set it to 10. Okay, it just makes it worse then. To 0.1 and see what happens then. No. Oh, no, no. I guess the detail does change, but is just not noticeable this right now. I think the problem is not that it is, if you look at the screenshot, there is this, it gaps this little U shape there, where you should be able to fly into, especially if the player ship fits in there, but you are thrown away by the collision there. I think the problem is with the generating script right now, with the point generation. I tried to set it now to 0.1 and adjusted the code to it so that it works with 0.1. And I think the sprite outline itself made more points then. So it does work, the polygon level, but it didn't went into those caves. Can you tell me why this is and maybe change the code so that it can go into these caves there? Not caves. It's carves, I don't know. Browser 1, go ahead. So, let's check out the pricing for it once more. How much are we actually spending here on AI cost? Not even that much. Can do like 200 calls. Yeah, I could have calculated it myself actually. Just had to take the 0 there. Okay. And then this again. Holy. But this adds way too much complexity to it. So I think this is fine. No, it's not fine at all. Unless you collide with it, you're done. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't want to use the procedural generation for the polygon itself. I think that's just way too complicated and adds way too much performance load on the system. So I want to make the asteroids before, like for every asteroid I will have like one object or one scene. And then you are just able to take the asteroid PNG and then load its collision body to that. Let me know if we need to make a scene for each asteroid, or if we're able to just make the different textures, like we store the textures and then for each texture we then load the asteroid texture for that asteroid. And then we just scale them up accordingly. That should work, right? So we just name the asteroids like... we could name them like that. Do we see how many are in there? Properties. 15 asteroids do we have? We have 15 asteroids in here. Why did this guy do it in the video? There was this one video, this one, which I followed back then. And he also had like an interesting way how he stored the asteroid collisions. Okay, so he saves it like that, okay. We have this asteroid, we have our sprite. Sprite reload the... Okay, let's rename them. Oops. Asteroid 1, asteroid 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. Bin that. Now we load our asteroid. We load asteroid 1. Just then scale to 101. Yeah. For the sprite, we create sibling object, which looks like this. Perfect. And this polygon, we are going to save it. Maybe it's not that easy. Okay. Can't I just save it the same as I can do it with a collision box or something like that, where I just store, I can right click it and then just store it? Or doesn't it work like that? Oh. No, I accidentally paid Gitter Premium again. Or, not Gitter Premium. Discord Nitro. Don't want it anymore. I don't need it. Hmm. There's no quick load. Login von den Editor. Okay, so what we could do is we store this as a variable. Or I just remove those dumb. How many of those difficult pictures are there? Okay, we'll remove those really. Move a couple shapes that we don't really need. This one we don't need, this one. Just remove them. Yeah, no, we don't have time to mess around with this for so long. So I decided now to just make for each asteroid we make its own function, or not its own function, but its own scene, so that we can easily load it without having to worry about any loading, shape loading, and so on, just to make it easier. It's not the best approach, but it works for now. So I will just pick out 10 asteroids and make scenes from them. How would I make this? Do I just take this one scene, duplicate it, rename it to asteroid 1, asteroid 2, asteroid 3, and then in a second we adjust the spawn manager to randomly pick one of those scenes in the asteroids folder, or asteroid scene folder or something like that. Would this be a plausible way? So, guess here's how we do it. Take this. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And a 10. First scene is this one. Okay. Second one is this one. Remove this thing. We change the object to 2. And from that we create a polygon, convert to polygon. We can convert a polygon. Then we can get oh, let's not do it like that. Oh, oops. Create. We are removing some stupid corners here then. Which looks like here, here, here. So, to work. Breaks here. I have time for breaks. I think we're actually faster if we just make those polygons ourselves. Let's see if there's a way that we can set it to pixel art, that it knows it's a pixel art. This looks good. Oh, that was still the first thing. I changed it. No. Second thing. The texture to nearest. Repeat. One more push here to GitHub. Two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That. Stride 3 is just an empty picture. 3. This one is just not set. And here also texture is nearest map. Guess that's good. 4. We are going to take do that again. We're going to take the 4. Save it. We're going to reset our right here. Zack, 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 zack. We don't have to make this perfect. Players won't collide this. No. It's accurately with it. There we go. Yeah, I think that's faster if we would have made it with a automatic generation. Yeah, also if we would have switched the scene, it would have been nice. Because in the end, it doesn't matter which scene we used, but... Five. Got this. Take our polygon and draw. 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 Tuck, tuck. And then we have 6. Remember to switch the scene. And we have 6. Here we go. Point check. I don't think we even need like all of the 10, but I guess it's not that difficult to do them all. Oh, oops. Didn't want to delete it, I just want to... I think we're optimizing it way too fast. Players will never have that kind of close-up interaction with the object that they will notice that. They will only see if they have like some close calls and they come into the U shape or something where they should be able to fly into, but aren't able to or get damage if they fly into this field. Like if they fly into here and they're just able to escape it, then they won't have damage because of it. Yo, well, we will make this shape. Definitely don't have to overdo it. There we go. 2 more. That's 9. Then here. Oh, ay. Sorry if you heard that on the microphone. So 1 more. A big one. So I now went ahead and made all of the 10 asteroids, all of their scenes, and I want you to now go through each of those asteroids, or go through our spawn script, remove the asteroid manager script because I don't think we need this anymore. Or at least refactor it to use the asteroid scene spawning now. So randomly choose one of the asteroids, resize it, and basically the only thing that changed now is that they use different asteroid scenes to spawn them and not just one. And then basically the logic stays the same with the size of the asteroids and so on. So chop chop. Is it a good idea to say chop chop to the eye? Chop chop, please. Oh, I'm just gonna quickly take out the dirty dishes piled up from yesterday. I'm also gonna make some tea. So, see you guys in a second. No, wait, that's just. Yeah, let it build this. And I'll see you guys in a second. Some sausages. Hmm. Let's see if it works. It's just removed all of the references to the other script. Oh, look at this. Oh, clean collisions here. Still a high frame rate. Okay, then the bounciness. I will adjust this of each asteroid. Oh no, I have to adjust this for each asteroid on its own now. No, it's not good. No, it's just like, I think it's set it to 1 or something. Asteroid movement, here. Friction 0.5. 0.5 and this was 0.25. Yes. Imagine that it is the same now for the other ones as well. Okay, that works. Debug, shapes, get this gone. Yeah, this looks way better now. We scaled those asteroids correctly now. Definitely for a more interesting scene setup. Okay, then the next thing we will do is we will apply the CRT effect, which we already started a little bit, tutorial from before. Because this one is and then settings, window, stretch, viewport. Okay, that setter should be good. Now if we scale it, it just scales up the screen, I guess. Because people with a larger monitor would have a bigger advantage. Oh boy. So there we go. So now I want to check out the particle system, what's wrong with that. What it is even doing when I third movement. Just comment this out for now. Let's see what happens if we remove this extra stuff. Oh, this. See, it works better now. To check out how it looks in the player controller. Into true, but I want to have the direction. Let's change the direction. So if you look at this picture, you will see that when we rotate to the side, that the exhaust is not shooting in the right direction. It's weirdly going always downwards. Check out why this is. Did I talk so much bullshit now that I broke the voice text or the voice to text to voice? What kind of texture am I even using for this? Like particles here, and only set it to like 1. That's interesting. You need to set the angle as well. Let's watch around with it. When I hate this, that tab and the autocomplete is on the same thing. back in a second. Thanks, Pixel Test. I think you just wrote that. I don't know. Did you just wrote that? I think you just wrote that. I don't know. I should now saw the message. But I have to choose which pizza I want. We got 7 people in the stream. Check out the pixel again. How does it look like? I have a feeling that now it doesn't even error, yeah. this always show up, or is this? No, it does. So let's restart the project and see if it's gone then. It doesn't load it at all. Guess no, it doesn't change it at all. That's perfect. I think that's because Oh boy. Try something out. If we have our rotation on, so we set this to 90. Then if we rotate the object itself, yeah, we'll just be trying to rotate that. We need to set the angle of the particles. Do I miss Unity? Welcome to the stream, Marga. In some extent, yeah, it would be easier in Unity because I already know how to use it. But overall, I think so far I'm faster with Godot. I think one of the reasons for that is that I have full control with cursor over Unity, over Godot, which means that I can just tell it to add a game object to the main scene and it can just add this to the scene, change the scene structure itself and change it like that. In Unity, I don't think that's easily possible. You can probably do this as well if you give the whole folder, but I think there's more setup to do. I really like in Godot that you make one change to the script and it directly is inside of Godot as well. I know that you can optimize Unity for that as well, but the last time I tried to do that, I completely messed up my Unity build system, which meant that if I changed the code, it was stuck in a loop where it couldn't update the code. But to update the code, I needed to do something in Unity, but I couldn't open Unity before I updated the code. So I broke Unity completely, and I spent like a day trying to solve that. I think there are certain things that I like more in Unity, like the build of the character, the like instantiation of scenes, or like the instancing of game objects. I'm not the biggest fan of this node build up. Once you get used to it, it works. But you definitely have to get used to it. You can just drag multiple scripts on here, change stuff, and make them all manipulate the game object or the node or game object in Unity in some way. And here you have a node and you can only have one script per node. There are subtle differences of how the engines work, but I think in general it's not that big of a deal from switching between the engines. Although I feel Unity has way more if you already have a project up and running, I think Unity has more capability to add stuff on top. I know in Godot you have full control over everything, but Unity already has as it has so many games built with it and enterprise games that need to make money and need to function. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It has a bigger ecosystem. You have better access to resources, assets. I think tutorials, I thought this as well, that it would be harder to find tutorials about things, but I have to say, no, that's no longer necessarily true. Of course, Unity has way more stuff on it, but I don't think that's a bottleneck, at least for the stages that I'm at right now. There's not a bottleneck for finding or what I searched so far. I mean, I vibe coded 80% of it so far, so. But the documentation, you know that I started out with Unity back then, and with Godot, and I feel like I had way more, there was way less documentation about it, about certain things. Half of the documentation was missing, and now every single function we had a really clear, let's find one, the rotation, of course, they don't have. It's like some extra object, like the camera object that's showed here, and I think I have to go in Unity. And then you can camera up here, and you have like a full documentation in here. I guess Unity has this as well, but you mean that you can change the editor inside of Unity or in Godot? Because I think it's also possible in Godot to change stuff. I mean, I saw a lot of different colors. You can also move the windows around, I think. Yeah, you can drag them out. I'm not gonna do it, or else I'm gonna mess up everything. But I think the differences aren't so big anymore. Although you're completely right, with Unity has a bigger ecosystem. That's what the ecosystem was the word that I was trying to find. There's just so much more integration, and it feels a bit more intuitive to work with in Unity, to just drag multiple scripts on top of an object. But in Godot, you think a little bit more about what you drag on a player controller to manipulate it. We'll see how I feel about it at the end of the week, when I go deeper into like backend stuff and deeper into the harder parts of the development. Then I might prefer Unity. But right now, I don't think there's that big of a difference if you had no experience in any of the engines. I think Godot is the one that you would be faster and would love more to work with in the start, because you just have you do something and it directly loads. You change the script. See this? I can duplicate this file is this thing right here, and it directly shows it to me in the where am I at? Okay, for that I need to find my code. Yeah, it's directly here without like a 5-minute loading time, which you have in Unity, which I think is one of the biggest downsides of Unity. Yeah, so you mean like in Unity now, in Godot with a node system. I mean, at my job, or at my apprenticeship, my task is to build a system for eCal on Unity. Yeah, I think, yeah, true. I think you have in Unity, you have a better ecosystem for changing the editor itself or adding like extra fields to it. I think that's still missing in Godot, or at least there isn't that much documentation about it. Because as I was saying at my apprenticeship, my job is to build a integration for eCal into Godot, because Godot is open source, and if people could do certain simulations and so in a game engine, which already is optimized for physics, then this would speed up workflows. Of course, not like a thing that is requested by 500 people, but it is a cool system, and you can just easily build like a node inside of Godot. You make it your system, change it. So that's possible, but comparing that to Unity, Unity has a bit more direct implementation into it. It's easier to do than Unity. In Godot, you have to build your own. You have to download scones, extra, and you need to do it with C++. If you're not familiar with C++, then that's not so good in Godot. But yeah, I think so far it's fine for 2D games. It's things that are just like more like quality of life things that so far I miss about Unity. But nothing where I say, yeah, Godot needs to have that, or Unity is missing that. But then again, I was never the kind of person that was against Unity or against Godot directly. It was more that I liked Unity more because I had more hours on it. And I'm more of the view that if I set my goal to build a certain thing, I'm able to achieve this with Godot, Unity, or Unreal Engine. And there are certain ups and downs for it, but you are in the end are able to do it with all tools, or at most of them. I guess if you are capable of building 3D games in Scratch, then I think at this point you're capable of building anything with everything. I know the shader graph in Unity, and I always hated it, not because it was bad or anything, but I was never good understanding how shaders themselves work. I just couldn't wrap my head around this, and I probably didn't spend enough time to actually understand it. Also due to not really understanding how computers render. I think that's a big part in writing shaders, to understand what is even going on with the rendering side, which I never took that much of. I never really tried to fully understand how it works, so I couldn't wrap my head around shaders. But I haven't looked at Unity for the past 2 years, really, and looked at the differences. Of course, I opened it here and there, but I didn't search for the new features that they had. Yeah, I guess shaders are pain in any language. I'm implementing now the shader for. I wanted to do that. Why am I actually not doing that? That's a good question. I want to build a CRT effect. Here, this tutorial I want to follow inside of Godot. So basically, get this CRT effect inside of Godot to make it look like more of a old school game. I don't actually like. I don't actually like how this guy builds it. I might have to search a different tutorial. Godot. I want these like popping colors, which with this effect it doesn't seem like it will give you that. It's more like black and white. It's just like lines on the screen and not necessarily those. Can I just download the asset library? Okay, let's see how this looks if we. This roadmap is currently. Oh, okay. I think if they make this reloading thing done, I think they will make a lot of people really happy, especially people with not so fast PCs. Like waiting for your code to compile for 5 minutes. It's just horrible for like changing one variable to 5 int from 5 to 4 or something. What was GI again? Wait, GI. Global illumination, yeah, of course. Yeah. I know I never was like the Unity engine itself about the with their graphics pipeline and everything. But I mean it was okay, but I never was at this level of 3D modeling that I could have used this anyways. And I don't know, even if you put like assets together that you download somewhere, you still have to have some good knowledge that you can fix up assets that don't fit together. So I never even tried to work with it. So I always like to stick to low poly, which was my comfort zone basically. Well, they are trying to unify HDR and URLP. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that's one thing that I heard from a couple of friends that use Godot as well. Always they make fun of Unity for having like 50 different pipelines. Here in Godot you have like compatibility, forward, and mobile. Forward is what you use for like desktop applications or like games that run on the PC. And compatibility, you basically use it for where you're more like I use it for the game jam because I want to have a web export, HTML export. But other than that, it's like really nicely unified. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if your game needs GI, then I guess you're probably gonna find shaders that go around this, but this is like not nice implementation. You get like spaghetti code that at some point just you work with shaders, you have to so much what do you call it, like foreigner code, just say this, that you don't have a really understand how it works, and if you change certain things then it might break the other functions. But yeah, it makes sense if you're for your game this definitely makes sense. How big is your team actually? Do you have like multiple 3D artists on this, or is it just you and a couple of friends? How many people are working on your game? Two programmers and one artist. Okay. Wow. I think I definitely want to work in the future again with other people on projects. I will be working with somebody together to develop an app or web app with React. But it's more like he wants to focus more on marketing while I manage the programming. Maybe in the future there will be somebody else. I guess yeah, having a good artist is a really good turning point for a game. Now we won't use React Native. I played around with React Native last year, and it worked fine. Then it came to exporting, and it was right. I always have the tendency to start with a programming language when they're exactly between like big transitional phases, where like all the tutorials are like 2 months old, or all of the new tutorials that are just 1 month old are already outdated because I start directly when there's a new update, and I started directly when React Native got a new update, like to 17 or something, from 16 to 17 or whatever, and it was such a pain in the ass because the exporting was completely different. The documentation was almost non-existent, or the old documentation was just misleading you everywhere, and I just couldn't get my game to or my app to export. He will use what he does is uses React normally, like React together with a couple of other providers, couple of other frameworks for backend handling and so on. But I think React itself is not that difficult to use. I made a couple of projects with it or played around with it, so I don't think that will be a big problem. Yeah, I mean, I when I used a TypeScript for it, and he uses also TypeScript, which is a good upgrade. But I haven't used JavaScript too much to now judge it. Um, think over the last 2 years, I've spent so much time in different programming languages that I generally just don't care about which languages I use. I just build what I need to build with it. But you see, if you switch if you try to do like object-oriented programming in C, you're basically not able to do it because there's like no classes and everything. Other classes in C, there are only like structures. Yeah, you only find cars C class. Yeah, no, you can only make like a structure. What is a structure? But it's not really true object-oriented programming. And for stuff like this where you're missing like fundamental programming functionality, that sucks. I think JavaScript is somewhat similar to Python, at least from the build-up and from the complexity in jumping into it. But you basically have no state of variables, what they're in. I can't speak to that too much. I haven't worked with JavaScript enough to judge it. Oh wait, I wanted to test out the CRT. Just installed that. Super base, authentication, blah blah, yeah. Welcome to the stream. 100x design. So, how do I now add this CRT library? Is there... They have documentation? Yes, luckily they have some form of documentation. Let's just hope for that it is actually any good. Features, installation, download it. Oh yeah, right, I need to enable the plugin as well. Project settings for this here, plugins and CRT. There we go. Ah, that is. Oh, okay. Somewhat. I guess it's really low quality. I guess it's just... Yeah. 80 by 720. More detail. Yeah, that makes it better. Did this just... It shouldn't have been spawning there. Okay. Yeah, I guess then the editor. That's already implemented. I'll take it. And 20, brown 80. How does it look if we make it our current resolution? Oh. I don't think you should set it up this high. It's just... Just a little bit of warp. Don't want to add too much noise. Let's see how this looks. We still need to keep the CRT effect. It's like nice color popping, which looks always nice with the CRT. It might just be like especially like the Sonic games. They look so super vibrant on like recordings. I want to achieve like this kind of. Don't know if that's even possible with the game that we are planning here. A space game. I have to give it a try. So. Yep, that works at least. I think I want to remove this line here. Yeah, no, I don't want the. What is pixel strength? Let's just leave it to normal. Yeah, that definitely makes the game itself look a little bit better. Why is it still trying to get this? Let's just update it. Before we go any further, we are taking a look at our chip right here. We give it 0, 0 again, and then we have the rotation this time in focus. There we go. One thing though, I hate working with particle systems. I just don't like it. I understand it, but I just don't like it. There's just way too much fiddling around with values. Way too much. Let's make it like this. That you can go in any direction. Perfect. Then there's also this thing again. Why is this showing up? Not scroll load. Pretty sure that fmod also doesn't exist. Fmod, right? Fmod. Or never mind, I guess it does. Okay. So now we need what we know what you have to do. So guess it just doesn't do anything. So you would think that you just need to make it plus 90. Reset, yes. Why though? Over here. 90 like this. Let's go in the opposite direction or what? Why? Can somebody help me with it? So like rotating it or something? Wait, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, okay, if I misclick then. Why does his direction looks different? The video is 2 years old. Perfect. Mhm. somewhat works, but it looks like weird. Why does it? Looks like it's firing in phases or something. Direction, gravity. Yeah, or if you like moving to the side. Yeah, let's just do that. Shooting rocks. Let's see what the guy did in the tutorial. Oh yeah, right, the scale, we can play around with that. Mesh texture. That's what we had before. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Then let's play around with the scale. Oh, how does that look? When we rotate, it looks a little bit weird. Yeah, it looks alright, but I think the scale is a bit too much. We want to have this just being and here. When you go real fast, then you will see those little spots right here. I don't want to have that. I want to have them as one. Pizza. I think the problem right here. I want to see how this looks in the game. It makes sense to have like a higher. No, it just looks like. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Mm. just giving up on trying to eat without getting dirty. It's already over. Everything completely dirty. I gotta wash my hands and my face real quick. Back in a second. So once more the windows open. Happy to see that the asteroid is spawning nicely. This already looks like has some graphical appeal, even though the ship is not even pixel art really. This one come from? Where do all of these come from? Looks unnatural like this. Okay, we're playing the game already too much. Means it's already somewhat fun. So, we're gonna make an export now. Where everyone who wants to try it can go to GitHub with a link that I will provide in a second. To GitHub. Can go to itch.io with a link that I will give you in a second. You can test it out. Mm. Hey Krakon, Krakon B, welcome to the stream. I'm in the demastering jam. It's quite small. It's only like, I think 20 people that joined. Let's see if we can find it right now. I probably won't even show up here. Here, this one, 90 people, yeah. Oh, great. What are you building? What is your idea? Yeah, I have to say, I'm not really taking the demastering part that serious. I was more searching for a jam to participate in this week because I had like 1 week off work that they forced me to take. Oh, your first jam. Yeah, then I guess good luck. What game are you demastering? For me, I'm just demastering an old game idea, which wasn't even that finished. I mean, the player control and everything was working, and there was already an export. But my old game was never a finished game loop. There was never a finished game loop. So I'm just now sticking a game loop behind it and turning it into a 2D game with multiplayer and everything. Or not multiplayer, but like asynchronous multiplayer. But for the NES, is that the game? Yes. Oh, then yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Super hot. Oh, okay. That's an interesting one. Guess taking a full VR game and turning it back into 2D. I'm taking it that you mean this super hot, right? Super hot. This one. That's definitely a good idea. I'm looking forward to seeing what you make out of it. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Would you turn the movement? I guess I let you build the game. Already have tried to think of how you would build this. So can delete those two. These builds. And we are going to turn this one into a. Where is it? My blind. Send to. Where's the zip folder, I guess. In the meantime, we can Created the missing asteroid. Just now showed me the messages. Oh, construct, okay. So you're not even using one of the big ones. I think I've heard about this before. At least I've seen some video. Looks like... Is that part of like Godot or something? Looked like it from like the... I mean like branched off from Godot. It looks a little bit like it. Guess not. Oh, interesting. Never heard of this engine. So really like the landing page. Looks great. Oh yeah. But you say you're pretty new, so you're starting out with game development just now, or so you have some experience in like other programming language, or how do you mean that? Interesting. Never seen that one before. No, I closed it. Still need that maybe. No, I don't. So this, that doesn't help anymore. I'm already with particles now. Yeah, okay. Okay. I get it. Not that difficult. Told us about making an Angry Birds clone, and I made a really good one. So I'm kinda know. Okay, so you don't have any experience like behind like in the background of programming, or you have any experience with like Python, C++, C Sharp, or anything like that. So you're completely new to the programming thing in general. I guess if you It'd be cool if would have been cool if there was like in my school a competition to make like games. Definitely would have been an interesting challenge for other people to keep up. If I think about the people in my class. Oh, okay. So construct is not like it's like a visual programming language, or I didn't see that. Construct. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what you mean with clickstream. I think clickstream. Clickstream, it's like an automation software, right? So it's more of like, that's what you mean by event based. So you have like an event and you Steam stream. Click Steam. I went too far. Okay. I mean, I didn't pay too much. What means attention? I didn't. Okay. FNF was made in that? Really? Maybe that's where I heard it before. I knew that I heard it before, but I couldn't point it to somewhere. Yeah. FNF. Mm-hmm. Like so many game engines that I never even heard about. So like new ones being developed with like 3D capabilities and everything that you just hear every now and then. Like having made some breakthrough or implemented some feature that other engines took like years to make. We so far played around with Godot really early when I started with game development, like 4 years ago. And then for most of the time I used Unity. Or just the last 1 to 2 years I focused on just software development in general, like web, app, and desktop applications. Not desktop applications, not so much, but I went a little bit away from game development and learned more about backend through my apprenticeship and so on. Now I want to take that and build like a little bit. It's sorry for the flashbang. I built here. My goal is to build like a galaxy, which is fully like fly through a, how would you say that? It's a map basically, and it's the same for every player, and it's every single one of those dots will be like 1 star, and you have like 10,000 stars in one galaxy, one of the smaller ones. And then your goal is to fly from one star to another to discover hyperlanes. And when you discover one of those hyperlanes, this will be awarded to you, or like the hyperlane will be written to you that you discovered it. And if other players come to this location, they see that this is the one you discovered. So you can play with other people and you can discover your entire section, the entire part of your galaxy here. This will be written to you. And basically through some smart mathematical functions and random numbers, we can generate this entire galaxy without having to directly save it. We basically just use a seed for it. And the way how you discover these hyperlanes is you undock from a station, which is always at the star, and then you fly through those mazes, which in this case we only have so far the asteroid things right here, and there will be some solar farms maybe to find out how I will make the pixel art and everything for that. Some other space structures like normal space stations and O'Neill cylinders and other structures, I guess. You have some mining lasers which are flying around some mining sites where if you fly through you're gonna get burned. Then you finish. At least that's why it will be my first few sections that I plan to at least get done in the game jam. What comes after that we will see about it. But yeah, so far that is what I've been able to get done. So we have our... remove it. Okay, this time now save it to the web. Save it to the web. I think it will be quite a bit of work before I can get the galaxy, so I'm more focusing on not having the galaxy in here for now, but more on like the game, the basics, the player controller, like this right here, the asteroids that are working nicely, and then the other sections before I actually tackle the multiplayer and galaxy clicking thing, because this will also require a lot of work, because we can't just spawn 200,000 stars. We need to be smart about how we render them on the screen. So we would create an image or something once we start the game over Python script, which won't be too difficult. Then we need to interact with it and scroll and so on. There will be a lot of more things besides just having to play the game itself, the hyperlane. Basically, it's just menu. The galaxy is just a menu, basically. And jams, you usually don't have time for menus. So, not a lot of time to think about menus. So let's hope we get everything done right here fast enough to focus on the galaxy. Also check out Instagram real quick. The guy responded. No, he did not. So we're not allowed to use his music yet. He also hasn't seen the message. So then let's take a look at our Kanban board once more. Test particle theft and ship movements. Yeah, let's just mark this as done. Of course, we still need like the side strafing, particles and everything, but it's not that big of a deal. Position tracking, we don't need that for now. Ship controls. Basically, remove all of that. We don't need that anymore. is moving forward, and if he is, then we want to is boosting. Let's see all the waves currently so that we can 800. We want 800 particles, but if we boost, we want like 1000 particles, something like that. Is boosting. $20,000, and then boosting might be like 30,000. No, it will be 20,000. Oh yeah, the limitations. I mean, for I use the PS2 probably. As I said, I'm not trying. I just got the game idea, and the jam was 1 week long, or the only one that was a week long for this week. So I picked it. I'm trying to make it look like it. Choose the PS2 because it's not that. um, it's basically a modern console still. What means modern console? You still are able to do a lot of the 2D stuff. Can already render 3D games. But an NES is a bit harder, I would imagine. Especially it doesn't have any Wi-Fi, so I wouldn't even be able to do my game or my idea. I mean, the game idea in general is, or the jam idea is that you make it within the limitations of that console. So I think even with like current game engines, they're not even letting you able to export. Even their overhead is already like what is the NES like? The overhead already is like 20 megabytes by themselves probably. So I don't think you have to worry about like the size limitations that much. And I think like how the pixels, how many graphics you can use, the scale of the screen and stuff like this. Um, I don't think you have to 100% keep the within the limitations of that console, but you should try to be as close as you can with it. And of course, like images, you're able to do that. There's if you have to use the small images. You just started your summer break. Can I ask where you come from? If your summer break is now, are you in university already, or is that like still like high school or something? Or okay. high school, yeah. Interesting. I think in Germany, winter holidays already start, so I guess it's a little bit different for you. Just gonna checkly quick something. Yeah, I think I got this mixed up. Gonna quickly check something. Oh, okay. Oh, six. That's interesting. Like, so one school year is half a year long. I mean, is there? Oh, why do we even do it like this? Why don't you? Why are schools built up this way? That's always like in 1 year integrals. Why do you even change grades? I guess in Germany, or most parts of the world for that matter, I guess is that if you fail a year, you're gonna have to repeat it. Okay. Yeah. hmm I never heard of it that the school year is built up this way. Just not used to it, I guess. Let's see, can we reset the color as well? I think just having white ones is also fine. Gradient and having white here, we're gonna put right there, and here we're gonna put it all. Let's make here. And make it like this. So now if we now it's all weird again. Yeah, I guess that's because the code is set up like this. Is it? Because of the code, it's because guess it also limits how many particles are on there, so it's just like displaying 80 right now, which we don't want. Want a lot more, so we're gonna limit that right there. The particles to 2000. I guess then we should also switch over to GPU. Now we have this again, come on. Okay, see you in a bit. Oh, I messed it up. What the hell did I even change? Should not be playing around with these values. They're fine as they are. No, 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 no. I play around too much with this. Oh, and I guess the CRT is not really good for for the web. What the hell did I change that it is now this again? Yeah, of course, because I'm. There we go. I have a feeling this won't end too well with the browser export. Und über 1. Yes, we are able to do that, but won't be the best. check something out. If the Kenny space pack that we have, if that also has particles for the nozzles. Hmm. Da, da, da. It's fine. So can for one stop the particle system here. And it looks like the asteroid thing is back again. There is no autoload tab. Guess globals it is now. No, it should be fine. Hours is alright. I will probably still be streaming till like 1 or 2 a.m. So at least 12 hours. Yesterday I also streamed for 12 hours. Where's the time going? Usually when I stop the stream, I spend like 1 hour or something before I go to bed. Some eating, drinking something, getting ready for bed, brushing teeth and everything. Then waking up 1 or 2 hours before I start the stream. Yeah, that's already like 10 to 11 hours depending on how much time I spend. So the rest I spend streaming. I mean, can you make an ambience in the NAS? You still have like the speed of a yeah, I see. I mean, I don't even know how to make ambience in a normal on a normal PC. So how would you go about this? Honestly, I don't know. Let's see how the NAS music even sounds. I guess you can have like some infrequent beeps and boops to make an ambience. But I think that will make you a bit more aggressive instead of. It won't be a chill ambience. Ambience? Ambience? Ambience. I don't know. Ambience, ambience. Ambience. That's what Google Translate says. Ambience. But I don't think that's how you how you spell it. All right, we still have our daily solitaire challenge. Let's take that as our little break from our 8-hour stream. Come on. Sign in. There we go. And the daily event. Oh, I hate freestyle. Nope. Not gonna show ads on the stream. As long as they're not gonna pay me. Ambience. 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 There we go. Oh, it's a mix. It's a mix out of. Come on! Double ads. Wait, was it a little bit too loud if I scream so on the microphone? I think I turned up the volume a little bit. I'm just gonna put it a bit further back. There we go. I think I messed this one up. No. Yeah, I need one more free space. I need another 3, either this 3 or 4, wherever the 4. Am I blind? Where's the 4 peak? 4. No, that's 4 peak. 4 peak or 3. Yeah, either way, I have to clear this stack. Let's go back to see if I could have made some other differences. Yeah, like this. Still unable to move the stack. Now I need the 4. The 4 is 4 ace. 4 ace is there. As before again. There we go. 3 minutes for the first level. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good time. No, it's definitely not. Oh, those nice AI socks. AI generated advertisement. Which definitely is not a scam. Oh no, today I'm not really focused. Yesterday I was really fast with the tri-peak and spider. Today, no. They're really slow. Oh, yeah, if I checked that this is the goal, then I would have been there way faster. Yeah, no, I'm not really performing that well. Tech went to like way too long for the free set. Okay, let's do the other levels first. No way people actually think that's an actual toy. So, come on. Tuck. Yeah, man, it's really engaging compared to the game I'm developing. This is so dopamine inducing to watch. I don't usually play any games on my PC, so I focus more on developing. But if I play something in solitaire, that goes really hard. Most of the time, if I watch some kind of YouTube video on the side. This year, or what is the actual name of this? I think it's Tri-Peak. Tango. Pyramid. Basically, you have to resolve all of the stacks. It's not that difficult once you understand how the things stack the cards. Actually, quite fun once you get the idea. I always saw my father playing it on his PC. And then I, for some reason, found out that they are installed on on Windows as well, on Windows 11 as well. So I just somewhere started playing it, and now I'm at level 600 something in Spider. It's like my favorite game. Just stack up all cards to one stack from king to peak. What is the name? To ace. Yeah, Windows 11 games were the best. They were peak. But I don't think you can get them anymore. At least you can't get them from Windows themselves. They updated this one, and they have cluttered it all up with advertisements. I don't know why I'm even playing them. There are probably so many clones out there that are just way better. But that has like the OG status here still. Yeah. I liked the mines. Minesweeper was my favorite. I think I still have some version of that on my phone. I think that was the one I started with. Then at some point I just also played the solitaire games. Solitaire is basically just a collection of games now. I think before it was only I forgot. I always forget the name. I only know Spider. Spider, that's it. I constantly forget the other names. Even though I've been playing this for over 4 years now. So, come on, give me a 3 or a 5. Go 5. Oh, one more stack. 2 more 8s, so let's optimize for that. 1, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, come on. 10, there we go. And a there. Chess, there's chess also on there. I don't know about chess. I never played this one on. Level 6-9. Let's go. Chess, chess, chess. At least it's not like the normal game collection. In IT, we usually played on like a Russian gaming site because it was like the only one that wasn't blocked by the Wi-Fi. Blocked by the Wi-Fi, wasn't blocked by the internet router. I know it and directly blocks it, but like them janky Russian games, best time ever. Always like those online CS:GO clones. Best time. So, but for the game, we have the controller which is working. Let's check out the Kanban board. Oh, I need to set this to dark mode at some point. View. Saving a dark mode for this. X-ball. This one. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Oh, that looks fun. Definitely looks fun. I never knew about this one. I always played this football game that you have in Discord. It's one mini game. I played this with one friend. Always at like 1 a.m. in the morning. It's absolutely great. I can imagine it. 5v5. Oh. Yeah, our teacher had always like a screen that directly saw all of the screens in front. On the front, so he would see if you would play games. I think if we all had the same game on, then it wouldn't be a good thing. Oh yeah, good times. But now school is over. And life begins. Okay. Let's see what he tried to take a look at it later, but right now the shader isn't really working. That, like this one, help this out. Then yeah, best times if you had like free time in the computer room. At some points we had like a teacher who was, let's say, not the best with IT stuff, and she had like no idea how to do it, and we overdid it a little bit, so we just had like 2 times in the IT room, and then were just banned from it because we made too much bullshit. So I think in the last year of school we only were like 2 or 3 times in the IT room before we were kicked out and no longer allowed to have lessons in there. Because the teacher just didn't know how to control it. So start background to visualize ship speed. Yeah, could do that, but that's not that important. Different sized asteroids, it's also done. Asteroid spawn based on layer, not on player. Just upload it once more. Go. Push that. Yeah. She was a really young teacher. I think she was like only 6 or 7 years older than us in the room. So she should have been able to handle it with her IT knowledge, but she just wasn't able to. And she just, at some point, the third lesson where nobody was listening to her and she was walking around, we would just switch. The second she, like with controlled tab, yeah, like with this one controller with alt tab to switch out. My thumbs were just too dumb to do it. So she noticed, then always got angry, and then the same kids would just continue. I, of course, with my programming skills, was able to switch always around, so I even got a good grade. And because I actually got the work done as well. Maybe because I used ChatGPT back then, which wasn't that popular yet. Let's implement the the spawn layer based on or we could not do that and instead make the asteroid heavier. Set them all to some or something. Five. Set the friction down for all of them first. Yeah, sometimes it was close, but you get got used to it after some time. Those asteroids so feel like super bouncy. Like usually you shouldn't be able to push an asteroid this much. I think the spawning system itself isn't even that important right now. I think we should make like a design document for the structure of those layer scripts that we can. Okay, let's just dial it a little bit down from the spawning rate to 2 again. The spawn margins to like 3000. Invisible asteroids, I set this to like 5 or something. Like super overwhelmingly. Does it spawn asteroids at all? Yeah, there are some again. Hey, pixel test. I now added this. I also added a CRT screen to it before, But if you try to use it on the web export, then it completely just crashes everything. Because you're like really constrained with the power that you can use on the browser apparently. So that won't work. So I just took it out, but it's still okay. A little bit of the boost, which seems a little bit weird. Like it's... As soon as you speed up, there's like these little triangles forming. If you ever saw like a Raptor engine or like a engine that is properly throttled and calibrated. Let's see if we have a good video for this. The shots are usually quite good. Let's see if the Raptor 2s. It's like somewhere you can see it quite clearly, like there's different parts of the flame. See like those little knobs in here, but why is there no footage of this? There we go. You see like those little diamonds in here. It's like converging and going into each other again. And you see that like happening to some extent like 5 times. That's how it looks in the game here as well. Yeah, it looks the same a little bit. But I don't want to have it looking like this. Guess it is because we're traveling so fast and the yeah, no, that's the Raptor engine from SpaceX. See that they make some progress again. Let's see. Got some updates. So what about it? There we go. No, no updates. Also no stacking. So I guess flight 13. That's 12. Yeah, I think test flight 12 will be the next one. It will be the version 3 Starship. But they just blew up a booster like a week ago or something. It exploded while during a test. Like a pressure that filled the tanks. So let's get the new ChatGPT chat. I'm first gonna get some water bottles in my room. Then we'll consider what we work on next. I think the best thing that we should focus on now is maybe even the like separation between the different stages, different environments. How we will handle that, like the manager, and plan this out, and then put this into Cursor to build the code for us. Here, windows open so we get some fresh air in. So next I want to tell you for oh no, it doesn't work. Text to speech to text doesn't work. Let's do it. Let's do it over here then. The next thing that I want to do is plan out the entire system for the event or like the environment manager. Basically, when a player comes and starts the game, we need some kind of manager that tracks his current position and the environment he's in. All of the environments that will be coming above, like we will have to take into account there. Like the script should have like one function that generates this, and there should be some randomness in this function. And the randomness should be decided based on the length of the hyperlane. So there will be different hyperlanes, where each hyperlane is either shorter or longer. And if there's a longer hyperlane, we want that hyperlane to have a longer travel path on the run, or however we will call it. And once we go over that, once we generate the function, What the hell am I even talking about? I'll write the rest in text form. Just my potato brain doesn't make sense. Ching. Hey, what's up, Alora Studios? The game jam is for the demastering jam. Welcome to the stream, by the way. We see it's this one. Basically, you take an already existing idea and demaster it to a older console. Any one of these. I'm cheating a little bit because I don't really use an existing game. I use an existing game idea, which I started to develop 2 years ago. And I'm never made a real game loop around it. Oh! Hey, cool! I'm on the front page here. Only streamer, I guess. I applied for a formula here. So I'm famous, I'm on a jam page. Woo! So Mama, look, I'm online. Minesweeper looks like solitaire. I mean, there are rectangles and numbers. But I don't know if there's much more that you compare it to. Turn the microphone a little bit further behind because I see that's a bit too loud, I think. I'm redesigning not directly an existing game. It's still Spaceline. I made it's basically a game idea that I had 2 years ago in the summer holidays. Let's see if I can find the old devlogs. Yeah, these are like the really almost 3 years ago. Like back then I wanted to do like a VR game, like a VR spaceship racing game. And I built this little prototype where you fly through wings, and then a year later I redesigned it to have a bit more stuff in it. You could drift in it more. There was a map and everything, and a little bit more polish to the whole game. Controls felt better and so on. But I at some point just stopped working on it because I focused on here like game development, made like a hoverboard, robotic arm and so on. And now I just want to take this game, this VR game that I designed back then, or it was designed to be a 3D game as well, on PC. And I'm taking this now, the basic player controller, and just wrapping a game loop around it, because I never really thought much of a game loop back then. I just wanted a cool game where you fly around in VR, or fly around in 3D with a spaceship that feels somewhat realistic. And now I'm just taking a 2D game, doing this kind of player controller but in 2D. And the goal is that you design, explore a galaxy, this big galaxy which has like 10,000 stars in it. And each star is connected with like a hyperlane to another star, to at least two or more. And when you fly through or want to discover one of these hyperlanes to unlock them for other people to fast travel over, you have to fly through an obstacle course, or obstacles. You basically have to fly through the fields where you might have to fly through asteroid fields, solar farms, some other stations you have to avoid, and maybe ships that fly around in there. Some other mining fields where the mining lasers are flying around that are shooting asteroids down or something, which you have to avoid. And when you're done with one of these runs, when you came from station A to station B, this certain hyperlane is awarded to you. And when you're done with it, with this awarded to you means that it's saved in a database publicly, or it's in a private database, but everybody else has the same map, the same star system, and when they open it, the database loads all of the already existing stars, and then they can see where players were already, and basically can no longer travel those routes, but then they're able to fast travel over those things, so they can get from here to here within like 2 seconds or something, instead of having to uncover it themselves. So it's kind of like a team effort to uncover the whole galaxy. And there could be some cool stuff hidden somewhere in the galaxy that if players find it, they get like some kind of gift cards for, I guess, Steam or something like that. Or if somebody, the first person that visits the center of the galaxy, also gets some kind of thing, because everybody will probably spawn outside. They have to make their way to the middle. So yeah, that's the idea. It's a lot of work for a 1-week game jam, but I think we will be able to get this done. We already have our asteroid field, the player controller. Guess I'm not too happy with the particle effects here yet. Some sounds are missing, but other than that, I think we have a pretty good like prototype for it. have to fly through space here, have to avoid these asteroids. The somewhat realistic controls. Guess there's still like some slowing down that is automatically done. This will later be like better visualized by other thrusters that are pulling out the front and the side. That automatically show how you slow down. You have to make your way through all of these asteroids. The station. Right now it's just an infinite field of asteroids. It's a little bit difficult to spot asteroids ahead. Maybe I make the ship a little bit slower, or we make some kind of system that warns the player of upcoming asteroids, that he can already maneuver against them. So that's some warning that there's an asteroid coming while you're flying. That the player slows down, or that he directly knows that there is maybe some like visual alert, there's something up front, or just some visual alert. And then you could upgrade later on those different stations your ship, that you have some better visuals. Maybe you have some sonar that constantly scans more often instead of like a single ray, and displays you like the asteroids where they are coming, so you can even travel with high speed, basically avoid them. To plot even faster. Yeah, I'm probably going to do this for the PlayStation 2 or 1. I guess the PlayStation 2, I don't know if that's already or counts as like a retro console compared to like the other consoles that are on there. To be honest, I don't take too much like part in the game jam itself. The game jam was more of like it was the only one that was open this week. And I guess the idea fit as well, to make a 2D game. I wanted to play with Godot around. It's the first time that I'm using Godot for an actual game. I started with Godot 4 years ago, making games, but I only used it for a couple of months before I switched to Unity, because I had problems with Godot back then. I deleted all of my save files, my projects. I got frustrated with it and switched to Unity. But now it's really fun to come back to it again. And they have a lot of things that have been changed in Godot. But I guess the UI still changed, stayed the same. Okay, see ya, Pixel Test. Oh, the Wii? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I haven't looked too much at the consoles yet. I thought of the PS2 because it has like dual joystick controllers. So in theory, I will also add like control that you can play with the controller later. And I need basically dual joysticks for the maneuvering to feel realistic. I guess you can also do it with buttons, but it's not too fun. You at least need like a stick to a point where you want to go. I guess does the Wii also have two joysticks? Yeah, now it has like this one single this one-handed thing. Or you can also select like the controllers, but yeah. I think I will go with PlayStation 1 or 2. PlayStation 1 if that's the oldest that you're allowed to go. Because PlayStation 2 already has like Wi-Fi or Ethernet connection. Wi-Fi connection, yeah. An Ethernet connection. Ethernet port. Yeah, but the joystick sucked at the GameCube. I have a GameCube here, and that's the only like one joystick. The second one is kind of weird. Either it are just my controllers that I have, or it is the joystick itself. But it feels really weird. It feels really weird to have like the second one. And it's like really stiff compared to the other one. I think it was just some recommendations. I don't think you have to directly go. I don't think anybody will say, yeah, you're not allowed to submit to the game jam if you're not going to go for exactly these things. I mean, he just listed out a couple of retro consoles. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's 16-bit, 18 8os. Probably more than 16-bit. Yeah, 64. Yeah, I guess. But no, PS1 is already 32. Oh, PS2 is. Yeah, then I guess I designed it for the PS1. But then again, I don't pay that much attention to the console. I just want to build a game and want to get back into it. I already have my game idea. So wait, is that the PlayStation 1 controller? So to have had like a dual stick controller, but also like one without any joysticks. I don't think the Game Jam has a Discord server. I looked for it as well, and I also sent like a message in the community here and the community here. But the guy just replied that you can message him via DM. Like, that was my second question. Is it possible to DM people on itch.io? And no, it's not possible, so I don't know why he sent me. You can send DM to me via itch. But how? That's. Oh no, I didn't respond to the question yet. I saw it above, but I forgot to answer it. Yeah, the PS2 has an Ethernet connection. I guess the PS1 doesn't. So that's why I'm a little bit like. I will put it on the jam page that I'm not directly designing it for the jam, so people can give me minus points for that. I just want to get back into making games for a week at least. It's always fun. It's the challenge to design the game, and I want to play around with super base authentication, which I didn't get a chance yet to play around so much. And also Godot, which I'm using at work right now. So doubles as I don't get the hours written on my job for it, but would definitely be cool. I'd probably be spending an average of like 12 hours a day at least working on the game. And the rest of the waking hours, hours that I'm up, I will think about how to design the game. Oh, and today I also didn't go outside yet. And I probably also won't. I mean, I could take a walk later. Not like I have a time that I have to wake up tomorrow. Yeah, I think after I stop the stream, I will go for like an hour walk or something through my city. Because I didn't go outside for the last 2 days. You went to the kitchen yet to get some food if I didn't have anything here. I have still one energy drink left, so tomorrow I have to go out anyways. Because first there's like holiday party from my department that I have to attend to in the evening. So probably tomorrow I won't stream for a couple of hours. I'll just go there. Probably won't drink anything. Not usually. I don't usually drink alcohol, so I should be fine there to stream afterwards. And yeah, then I only have one pack of ramen left, and I didn't even eat the other one. My little brother stole it. And then I have one energy drink left. I still have a full pack. I took one out. Almost a full pack of sweet chai, which doesn't taste like chai, but more like a fenchel. Let's say fenchel in English. Fennel. Fennel? Yeah, this thing. And I didn't know it was in the mix there for this chai. For the chai tea. The tea tea. The chai mix. So, yeah. To see how I go about that. Yeah. Whoa! Thought I'm gonna die there. I went back. So I also would have time to go to the gym for once, so maybe also do that tomorrow. But tomorrow I want to get all of the logic done for the movement itself. First of all, I already got this done. Already would have died like 5 times there. Emma here. Okay. An Undertale song. Do I know this? Undertale. Ooh. Yeah, of course, of course. Of course, of course, of course, of course. I mean, if it fits to it. But I would recommend you to focus more on the gameplay first, of the jam. And now we have like a full week time to develop. But I think the most important things in a game jam especially is to get the game mechanics working. Because I played games that look so good, but then you try and actually play the game, and the game itself feels like shit. Then you have to give extra credit points for whereas do where you have to where the graphics are because they're so good and the song is also good. But then in the end, if the game isn't fun or the mechanics aren't fun, then no, the graphics all don't matter. And I think especially that is something that is good about game jams because you are forced to plan correctly. So maybe try to leave the art and the music stuff for the later time once your stuff is already somewhat working. Ah, okay, I see, I see. I mean, I already did like my asteroids here, but they already went one step ahead of what I actually wanted to wanted to do. This was a nice effect. Oh, I think I'm getting slowly stuck here. I guess can just recreate the levels from the actual super hot, like the first 10 or so. Then maybe if you have the time, you can make that the levels are like procedurally generated. Like they are in the game as well, where you have like the endless mode or something like this. You just have the same level and you can just go around. Which probably isn't too hard once you have the whole level building and moving around in done. And the actual port of the fighting mechanic, which I think is the most important thing that you should focus on. How to convert this 2D mechanic into 2D. And I should stop playing the game and actually develop it. Yeah. How are you thinking about like visualizing this? Like how do you make the interface? How do you make the fighting mechanic? Because I guess in to have like the buttons that you have to hold them to maybe charge like the hand to maybe move it around or something like this, or do you make the player move, like actually have to run and stuff? Because I think not just I think the actual VR game is more about like ducking and then fighting back, picking up the gun, aiming it, and so on. I see, I see. But do you make the player move around? Because in the actual Super Hot, he doesn't move around at all. Like, other than like ducking and fighting or like throwing stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. But let's say you don't make the player. Let's see how like NAS games actually look. We have some reference. Yeah, like see like this. You have like you don't have a small player, but you have a player that is more like around the scene. And if he does certain movements, like if the player ducks, the player can duck, the player can jump, and you can instead of have the buttons for the movement, you can maybe have them that he leans in certain directions, or that he makes some other moves that he might have to do to avoid certain bullets, where like jumping or just ducking doesn't isn't good enough. And then maybe you could like you don't just hold it so that it goes down, like you hold it and the player directly ducks. You kind of have to hold it for a couple of seconds for the time to speed up, and then for the player to go into that certain direction, to go into that pose, to have like the time effect where the player has to watch out. But I don't want to take away too much of your game, or like I mean to take away like it's your game. Test, test, test. Mhm. Okay. Hey, so welcome back. But I think I also won't do too much longer today. Um, we'll just finish up this prompt right here and then maybe already put this into cursor to finish up. But I won't do too much more on manual work now. Maybe I think a little bit more about the other sections, how we will draw them, how they will be created. For example, how the solar panel farm, the solar farm will be generated, because there are different stations in there that need to be like somewhat in order. And might already makes a little bit of art style for that. So maybe like a little station generator or something. For the current asteroid spawn system, I have a system where we check how much or where the player is right now. We check its viewport, and above that viewpoint, 1000 meters, we spawn an asteroid. The problem is that with this script, it is really weird when you stay put for a second, like slow down, then suddenly there's like 50 objects that spawn above, and it is really weird because then you move up again, and then there's suddenly like so many objects, so it feels not really like a realistic cloud. So I'm thinking about more of like a wave system where we check the current position and then automatically spawn at once, like all the different asteroids for the next 3 to 5 view heights, and so they are already like separated each by them, like to the left and also to the left and the right of the viewport. We spawn them like 3 to 5 viewport distances. That's what I'm saying right now is what I want to do. Right now, how it is implemented, it is just we spawn an asteroid every couple of seconds, or every second we spawn an asteroid, as long as our current screen is not cluttered up. But if we fly back for a bit and then fly up again, there's like a bunch of asteroids that shouldn't be there at a single spot. So I want to do it differently, where we spawn asteroids that are a bit more separated around. Have a bit more distance between them, so that they're more naturally spawned. So maybe we can use some kind of Perlin noise for that, or some kind of idea. Give me a few ideas there that aren't too difficult to implement, so that we don't have a lot of code overhead for this. It works how it is right now, but it just doesn't seem like it's fun. It is not. It feels off. Let's say that. the hyperlane transition should work a little bit like this. At least that's how I thought about it. You have the asteroid fields, for example, which would be, for example, the first field that you are in, and you fly through that. And when you undock from the station, then you will have a completely free space that you can move around freelessly without having to worry about your ship crashing or something. Then you fly to up and you slowly get asteroids spawning in for like 5 kilometers or something. And after that, you have like the full amount of asteroids spawning. And then once you're at the end of this lane again, again like 5 kilometers before the lane is over, the asteroids will slowly start to spawn less and less until there will no asteroids spawn at all. Then there will be like their short transitional period where there's nothing again for like 5 kilometers or for like 2 or 3 kilometers. We'll have to configure that in the editor later. And then for the next 5 kilometers, we will slowly get the next structures spawning. For example, if we have the solar farm, which will come next, then we slowly get like solar farms spawning. And yeah, that's kind of the idea that I have so far. So let me know if that's a good implementation or if I miss anything. I'll leave you here with this gameplay right here while I'm typing text. Oh, what an interesting stream right here. guess it is Danny. Hell yeah, new subscriber. If you're watching the stream and are not subscribed, subscribe now. I just had to stumbled over my words. So bad. Okay, see you later then. Just don't get lost playing VR games. So, to finish that response to ChatGPT. Flashbang you. Look at the cam. So before we mess this up, play one more round here. And then publish this version to the itch repository. Where did asteroid spawn there? That the spawn logic isn't that built out yet. back. Oh, yeah, I know that. Do you have a Quest 3 or which headset do you use? I guess if your battery is dead, then you use a standalone headset. So I also have a Quest 3 and the OG Quest 1, or the Oculus Quest 1. Oh, the 3S, okay. Do you like it? Like, would you recommend it? My brother might get one for Christmas. And yeah, the discharges on the Quest 3 is also not the best. I have I bought like an extra headset for it, a head strap for it, which allows you to have a bit more. Like, it doesn't have a battery, but you just have a better positioning of it. I guess discharge in 2 hours. You could get like those headsets, head straps that also give you like a battery with, but they cost like $80 or something. So it was a little bit too much for me to just play every couple of months for like a week. But I always put the brightness to like middle or low, depending on what game I play. If I play like Pavlov and I'm really sweaty trying to play D-Day, then always the sweater mode, put to full brightness. But then if I play some chill rounds and some other games, I only play Pavlov actually. There's not that many others that I play regularly, or at least as regular as Pavlov. Oh, I see, I see. Did you join the Discord already? Because if you do, or you just message me on Discord directly, my tag is. Then we might be able to play together sometime. Play some Pavlov. I don't know if you already got Pavlov. I can recommend it at least. Pavlov. It's basically like a CS:GO, but in VR. And there's like a World War II mode and a. Basically, it was the best gun game or game with guns that you could get on the MetaQuest. So you have like realistic reloading. How you reload a gun in real life is how you reload it in the game. And you have like a bunch of different game modes. Like, I guess a lot of people play TTT, but you have also like bomb defusal and custom lobbies with modded things. But I like to play like push. It's like a game mode where you have to plant a bomb. Like you have like a little charge, it's like a World War II map. You play it on a World War II map and in a World War II environment, and you have like a little. I can just show it to you. I suck at explaining this. Probably misspelled it incorrectly, but it's the game. So you basically Okay, I think that's the PC version. You basically have like realistic weapons, which is quite fun to play with. I think this is also the PC. The Quest version doesn't look so crisp, sadly. I guess if you have like a good gaming PC, you could also use like the link, Quest link, to connect it to the PC. But you would have to have a graphics card with at least like 6 gigabytes of VRAM. I guess it's a little bit buggy. Ay, ay, ay. Not a good shot here. Yeah, I guess then you can probably try it out. But I know that the PC version is not the best. The PC version is, I mean, it looks really good, but I know that there isn't that many people playing because the PC version just isn't updated that often. There are bugs here and there. I never played it except from when I played it at a friend's house. But I really liked it because you have like really good graphics on there. But on the Quest, you see that if you compare the PC version with the Quest version, you don't have as much texture graphics, which of course makes sense. You're basically playing on a phone instead of a gaming PC. But yeah, there's like the push is basically mode where you have like a grenade that you need to plant, or like a bomb that you need to plant, and then you need to defend that point. And every time you have like mostly like 2 or 3 points that you need to plant a bomb at. And there's like the one side needs to defend it, and the other one needs to attack. And you have like these 2 points. When they are blown up, you move on to the next sector. So it's quite fun, especially if you have a team that doesn't consist of idiots that completely suck at gaming and are just like little kids that don't have no idea how to play. Then it's quite frustrating to play. Because then they're just running around while the bomb was planted and you should go and defuse it, and it is completely free, but they're just standing somewhere and trying to spawn camp the enemy. But I guess it's the same problems in every game. Are we making that? Yes, we are. I hit it twice. Yeah, I think boosting here is not so... Like flying through with boosted mode is quite difficult. If you want to survive, and later if you have like not a lot of ammo. Like if you're with full force crashing on asteroids like this, you will die. But if you like bump into it like this right here, you will take a little bit of damage, but you won't die. So yeah, I think we are safe to export this. Man, I already spent probably like an hour playing today. Yeah, I guess like one of these head straps with the power bank are really good. Because you have like the headset which is on front, and you notice when you play for longer than like an hour or two that it drags down the front of your face and it goes onto your neck. You really feel it after some time, especially when you do a lot of movement with it. It's like half of a neck workout. But with the power bank, or at least already with like just the head strap, you feel that is way more distributed. Like in front, that is a little bit saggy, but with the back, you have way more stability than with the head strap, which is just falling down. And I imagine that if you have the battery on behind, you basically have like, you don't feel that you have anything in front, or at least it's balanced. You still have a heavy headset on, or somewhat heavy. But it's not as bad as before. So the game is ready to be tested in a second. Let's make the password 123. So anybody that wants to try it out should now be able to go on this site and probably somehow enter the private site. You should be able to play it. Yeah, the password is 123. Should be able to just enter it. There's still some objects that aren't Are you able to play it now or get into the game itself? Shit is way too fun. Okay, so you're able to load of that. Let's see. Response from TPT. So, big picture sections plus manager. For pre-built sections. Screens. I had this chat with you, and what I want you to build right now in this chat right for me is not the skill manager that builds the different environments, but it is the asteroid spawning script that spawns the asteroids differently so that it feels more realistic and not just clumped up together. Basically, what we talked about in the chat. Now, before you do anything, ask me every question that you still have open, that you want to know, and that you need to know to build this. And then let's go and build the best system for that. Man, I love AI. Welcome back. How do I say your name? Krakon? Or is that incorrectly? Which other game were you playing? A couple of them. I think the best game I made so far is the Krakon, okay. I think the best game was this Avoider, from like gameplay wise and how well it was like thought out. It was actually my first game jam, my first solo game jam. Oh, Combiner, I see, I see. And I think a pirate was, I had like an artist who made all the art on it, I think. There was an artist with me there who made all the art for it. And I made this under like a game development studio, like a hobby development studio. And he made like all of the art for me, which looked great in the game. But I just didn't have enough time to get everything up and running, so the functionality wasn't so good. Combiner. Oh, goofy ass. No, there's nothing coming soon. Goofy music. What do you want the game for the gem? It was a theme for the jam. Completely forgot about it. I think 6 minutes seems a bit of a like a time crunch. Yeah, I guess getting to level 12 is it's kind of difficult, even 13 that time. In the end, I didn't have too much time. I spent too much time on like making the visuals and getting it all nice and rounded up before I even got the basic game loop up and running. It basically scales like exponentially. Basically, you always have to do it from the start, from the object. I should have added like a function that allows you to, as soon as you get like all 2s or get up to like 5, that you then already spawn like 2s. So it always spawns like 3 levels below you. It wasn't even that bad, I think. How many sufficient entries? Yeah. It's okay. What was the theme about? End is near. Yeah, I know there were definitely better submissions for that. This didn't have a public version, yeah. Didn't touch the game in 3 hours. Ay. Get back to work here. Stuff left to do. I think the 6.9 was popular then, but the 6.7 I just noticed that as well right now. The 6.7 wasn't a thing back then, and I'm kind of glad about it because I would have definitely been a kid that would have pissed other people off with the 6.7. Oh yeah, also here. I submitted it at exactly 1 second before the deadline. I was playing around a little bit. I always do this with the game jams. For some reason I try to submit it as late as I can. Yeah, I think as well. Yeah, I was pushing it a little bit with this one. I was done like a couple of minutes before it, but I was just playing around a little bit to it. How much earlier did I submit this one? Yeah, also 13 seconds before the deadline. I got cold feet with this one. 13 seconds. But I think this was some of my best work then. There was no AI involved in this at all. Everything hard coded. I think this was one of my most productive week then, or one of my most productive time then, because there was literally like No AI, no nothing involved with this. Just some posts from. Hey. Oh no, that's over. Why am I constantly sliding on the start? Yeah, I know. But I definitely at some point got the the high score of 560 here. Yeah, I think number 15 you will probably be able to do. I'm pretty sure that not even all of them will submit. Okay, do we see how many people entered this jam? 130 entries. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't think you're able to see it anymore. But I think there were like 500 people entering this jam, and only like 131 in the end finished it. I think that pissed me a little bit off back then was that the person that